Thank you very much. This brings us to our first very important session, led by none other than Mr. Abbas Hussain, Managing Director, Teacher Development Center. He has been part of our team ever since. With a round of applause when he talks to us about the learning educator quest for continuous professional development. Mr. Abbas Hussain is not merely a trainer, he is an institution, a scholar of language, literature, educational philosophy. He has mentored thousands of teachers across Pakistan and beyond, transforming how educators think, reflect, and grow. Generations of educators attribute their clarity, confidence, logical identity to his guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, another warm round of applause for Mr. Abbas Hussain.
The ayat of the Quran that I have chosen is a clause from Surah Yusuf, chapter 12, 6. We will not do the recital. We have already had the recital. So I will turn to bhai, le lijiyega, tarjuma le lijiyega. Next. Next. Aaj. In the name of Allah, the Lord of mercy, the giver of mercy. Ah, right. Um, we raise the rank of whoever we will. This is the clause we wanted. It's part of this long narration of Sayyidina Yusuf. Not the time to get into that. But here, above everyone who has knowledge, there is one who is all knowing. There. I believe that this is a variation. Um, yes. Above each one who knows is one who knows more. I find enormous significance in this clause. Above each one who knows is one who knows more. ये आजिज़ी की तरफ बुलावा है. मैं जितना भी जान लूं, मेरे ऊपर कोई और है जो ज्यादा जानता है, और उसके ऊपर कोई और है जो उससे भी ज्यादा जानते हैं. ये इल्म का एक सरचश्मा है, एक सिलसिला है, और अगर के हम उस सिलसिले में हैं और यकीनन हमारे आगे हैं जिनको हम बताते हैं, तो हमारे ऊपर भी हैं जो हमें बताते हैं. This is the opening note. I would like you to take this, verse 76. Oh, above each one who knows is one who knows more. Every time we think we know a lot, please remember there is one who knows more. I, work. Uh, yeah, this screen? No. The learning, yeah, आपने किया जी. Yes. नहीं भाई, I need control of this. जरा देखिएगा भाई, it is open. Okay, okay, Mia. All right, thank you. Apologies. Technology is wonderful when it works. Assalamualaikum. लीजिएगा, while it is coming. Next. G. Welcome. G. An observation about learner agency. That's our theme. What is the reason for the crisis in learner agency that we face in our schools today? There, we do face a crisis. Never mind all the medical and pandemic reasons, not the problem, something else. And that, gee, I would like to my very over the years of school teachers observation, the first 15 years of our schooling leave a mark on the rest of our lives. I think there is something extremely serious that all pre-primary, primary, and middle school teachers need to listen. The first 15 years, when the child comes to school, I heard yesterday, even 2.5 year olds, 3 year olds are there in the pre-primary, right? Right? Okay. Uh, and they are with us right through. Right. Hello. Please. I find this problem of too many commandments and extremely a destruction of the learner agency. Some moments and stories that absolutely give me the cringe. Talking to ninth grade children in a school, I asked them to write about 6 lines on one of the heroes of Pakistan other than Jinnah and Iqbal. There are many heroes of freedom. And I thought they would be able to do it. Just begin. I said that's part of the. It was a workshop. But here's the problem. The children asked, "Sir, rough copy में, fair copy में, English, उर्दू, एक लाइन छोड़ के लिखें, मार्जिन भी ड्रॉ करें, ऊपर डेट भी लगाएं, सर नाम कहाँ लिखना है, सर पेपर फाड़ के ले लें." And these are 15-year-olds who had no agency. नहीं भाई भाई ये बंद करो. Hello. हाँ, नहीं नहीं, not at all, not at all. Please close it. I can't stand competition. Right. जी जी. ये क्लिकर बजिद है काम ना करने. Yeah, yeah, got it. So we have this incredible, and I believe the children have been brainwashed into. Yeah, आप कर रही हैं, मैं कर रहा हूँ. I don't understand. नहीं नहीं अभी नहीं. वो पिछली स्लाइड ले लें. Breaks the rhythm of what I'm doing. और लग रहा है वो लैपटॉप बजिद है, कोई भी क्लिकर ना काम करने पे. We tried all three. जी जी. Who is doing this? आप कर रहे हैं. अच्छा So yesterday, Dr. Faisal Mushtaq spoke to us about the United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and learning to be, learning to learn, learning to live together, and जी लीजिएगा, and learning to do. But if by the time the child comes to grade 3, he or she has been so blocked into the commandments of the teacher, into permission, into ये करें, ये करें, ऐसा करें. They weren't worried about the freedom heroes. They were worried about which copy to write in and which side of the paper to write in. Now, if that is the level of our grip on the child's agency, I assure you, after the age of 15 of brainwashing, there will be no agency left. And there lies the root of the crisis in which we are in today. Children with every available facility for them, available to them, and yet not willing to do anything. And there lies a deep issue which we will try and attack once we get the clicker going. See, so all doing is a matter of permission. Let's get to the real problem. So when I talk about learner agency and the teacher says, but my lesson plan doesn't allow it. Aha, we have a serious dilemma. So on the one hand, we want our children to have agency from teachers who don't have agency or think that they don't have agency. And here is the link which I want from learner agency to teachers who need to have agency. Let's लीजिएगा भाई. Thanks. So my teacher and mentor Andy Hargreaves has said, such a teacher who says that my lesson plan doesn't allow it needs to seriously examine her conceptions of teaching. Or teaching is not the emptying of a bucket. The teaching is not the making sure that your lesson plan is delivered. Teaching is responding to, as we shall see, um, is responding to the learning moment. And that's where the dilemma comes in. लीजिएगा. This author, Deborah Natolicki, and her book Transformational Professional Learning is a classic, and she has had a high influence on teacher agency. Gee, लीजिएगा. Deborah Natolicki, in her PhD thesis, by the way, this is the generosity of some of these scholars, that if you just write Natolicki PhD on Google, you can download her PhD thesis free. ये scholars की generosity है, but I am surprised that sometimes we are too busy googling other things. We don't have. It doesn't occur to us to go to professional learning. Let's take a look. लीजिएगा भाई. So we can have formal. Go on. ले लो पूरा. Yes, we can have formal, informal, structured, and unstructured forms of professional learning. लीजिएगा. And here's the thing. She finds that the most transformative growth happens outside of formal requirements. So the 2 days of PD lectures, sessions, seminars, conferences that we do are important. They have an impact, but the best impact comes from outside of those moments. लीजिएगा. Powerful learning emerges when professional experiences blend with personal, sometimes chaotic, epiphanic moments. Epiphany is a lovely word. एपिफनी का उर्दू में मैं मफ़हूम बता दूं, आप सब मेरे साथ हो जाएंगे. राइट भाई, क्लिकर की कोई उम्मीद. So epiphany is, in our minds there is some confusion. किसी किसी चीज के बारे में कोई गिरह लगी हुई है, कोई खलिश, कोई प्लॉट, और उसके ऊपर वजाहत की रोशनी की किरण पड़े और वो अचानक गुत्थी सुलझ जाए, उस लम्हे को कहते हैं एपिफेनी। बात पहुंची आप तक? एपिफेनी इज अ मोमेंट ऑफ क्लैरिटी on a spot of confusion in the mind when suddenly it just becomes clear. और एपिफनी का बहुत बड़ा कमाल ये है कि जिस चीज के बारे में अब एक दफा क्लियर हो जाते हैं, दोबारा कभी भी कंफ्यूज नहीं होते। हाँ, वाह, वंडरफुल। ओके, राइट, थैंक यू। Professional learning with expert trainers makes a difference. Yes, it does. Strong external speakers. I have a must be some reason why I'm invited to all TDCs from 1 till 15. There must be some reason. Uh, Teachers expect trainers to model the strategies they teach, and many mandated PD sessions feel like compliance. Yes, जब जबरदस्ती ट्रेनिंग के लिए भेजा जाता है तो उसका impact नहीं होता है, we know this. And some postgraduate training gives epiphanic moments, but once again, these are for the people who are able to travel. We do learn from peers and peer observation. Yes, it does. Internal experts, आज इस पर बहुत तफसील से बात करेंगे भी. TGI encourages deprivatizing practice. We believe that ultimately you can't get experts in all the time. You must create a space in your system. Reading professional books and self-directed learning. Um, I find to my great sadness that many teachers do not have access to the best books on teaching. I'll recommend some of them today. Growth comes from life experiences. There was a time when my first child was born, my first daughter was born a long time ago. It categorically changed me in my perception of myself. And I'm sure it did with every parent who's gone through that experience. Quiet reflection and solitude help leaders and self-right. And of course, in a world of videos and podcasts, we have enormous materials available. Once again, no time for getting this. The core insight is that professional learning happens when it is sustained, when it is collaborative, internally motivated, aligned with personal identity and purpose, and supported by trust and constructive challenge. And I believe all of these are possible in root schools across the country, in every branch, in every cycle. Let's see how that goes. Here is one. I love this diagram. This is from Eric Scheninger. Once upon a time, a teacher's network had only 5 items. There were curriculum documents, there was colleagues, popular media, print and digital, and family and local community. A typical teacher had access to these things. This was the network. Now, the network has just exploded. Now we have about a dozen things from where we can get ideas on professional development. And that is the problem. Uh, यलगार आती है, कोई चीज समझ में नहीं आती. And that is the overkill of options that we are seeing. My teacher, mentor Andy Hargreaves, I just mentioned. Andy Hargreaves focuses on 4 things. He was, by the way, one of the, it's interesting, this is late post-pandemic. The United Nations wanted to speak to experts on education to speak about the learning crisis, and it was Andy Hargreaves' report that was submitted to the UN Commission for the Future of Teaching. And in that sense, truly, he is a person of a remarkable international influencer, global influence on thinking. He's certainly influenced a lot of my thinking. So he speaks about the generic things across the planet: low pay, lack of status and dignity, heavy workload, large class sizes. These are generic everywhere. लेकिन मेरा जब मैं ये पहली आइटम देखता हूँ लो पे की, या या मैं एक और जुमला कहता हूँ, या एक मिनट, अभी आपने जुमला नहीं सुना. कोई भी टीचिंग प्रोफेशन में नहीं आता कि वो मिलियनेयर बन जाएगा। जिनको मिलियनेयर बनना होता है वो टीचिंग में नहीं आते, वो कोई और काम करते। Think that through. All right. So Andy Hargreaves says that we have to change how teaching feels. He believes that the teaching must feel less like a burden and more like an opportunity, not just task oriented, but deeply engaging and purposeful. और मेरे यानी दानिश में ऐसा कोई मौका नहीं है जिसमें कि हमने कल सुना एक टीचर का जिसने अपना अवार्ड वापस कर दिया कि मुझे तो ऑलरेडी मेरा मुआवजा मिल चुका है, बच्चे की उस खुशी में जिसमें कि उसे एक चीज जो नहीं समझ में आती थी अब समझ में आती, वो एक चीज जो नहीं कर सकता था अब वो कर सकता है। आई हैव बीन रिवॉर्डेड। दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ एंगेजमेंट एंड पर्पस फॉर विच वी आर इन टीचिंग। Andy Hargreaves identifies three major factors that create positive or negative emotions. Positive emotions are when people feel that they are doing purposes that यकीनन किसी भी काम के बारे में जब वो बामकसद जब वो बामकसद होता है तो मुझे खुशी होती है। जब वो हुक्म की तामील होता है देन आई हैव प्रॉब्लम्स। दे हैव ऑटोनॉमी, अभी हम लर्नर एजेंसी पर बात कर रहे हैं, टीचर एजेंसी, एंड द वर्क अलाइंस विद स्टूडेंट्स रियल नीड्स एंड टीचर्स वैल्यूज। नेगेटिव उस वक्त है जब हुक्म की तामील हो, टू मेनी इनिशिएटिव्स, फ्रैगमेंटेशन, अभी कोई काम पूरा ही नहीं हुआ कि अचानक कोई और इनविटेशन, overload, large classes, irrelevant curriculum. These are they make a lot of sense. P is relationships, strong relationships with students, parents, colleagues, and leaders. Teachers feel they belong to a professional community. I know of many teachers who are in a school and they are offered an amount somewhere else and they say मुझे मेरी ये colleagues और ये companions कहाँ दोबारा मिलेंगे? अगर हम अपनी स्कूल को ऐसा बना दें then we have something going, and nobody goes for, but that community has been created in the school and in the staff, जो line of thought हम लेके चल रहे हैं. People feel negative when, और हियर इज सम एक क्विक मशवरा, एक टीचर बहुत रैंट कर रही थी कि एक अम्मा आई किसी बच्चे की, उन्होंने ये कह दिया, एंड आई सेड स्टॉप, एक मिनट, कितने साल हुए ये बात को? 3 साल। और स्कूल में कितने बच्चे हैं? 20। तो कितने की अम्मा ने ये कहा? एक ने। एक अम्मा के कमेंट पर आप 3 साल से ये बोझ लिए लिए फिर रही हैं। Please understand that there will always be some people who will say something schmuck. So look at the hundreds of parents who appreciate what you do. They may not come and tell you, but at least don't take these kinds of things to heart and carry that luggage along. You don't need to really. Feeling isolated and unsupported, classroom management struggle. Power, yes, we've done this. Power to, not power over. So voice in the school direction. बस आई एम डन। एक नज़म सुनानी है जिसके ऊपर आज की गुफ्तगू खत्म करें। So negative, no voice, no agency, top-down decision making, the emotional side of teaching. Great teaching is not only skills and knowledge; it is also deeply emotional. And here are the three things that Andy Hargreaves says: when I find emotional engagement on purpose, relationships, and power, then I find joy in the profession, and it is not likely that I will leave it. आइए जी, the teaching shapes the future generations, and we purpose on this. आइए जी, I have a dream. You heard this speech, a very famous speech. कोई जल्दी से बता सकता है किसका ये फिक्रा है? I have a dream. Martin. Thank you. Thank you. उससे इंस्पिरेशन ले करके हमने ये, this is the last speech part of today's present. I have a dream for the teachers of root schools. आप सबके लिए. I have a dream I stand before you today with a dream, not a passing wish, not a fleeting hope, but a deep conviction that the staff rooms of root schools across Pakistan can become living spaces of learning, breathing spaces of awakening, and growing spaces of transformation. I have a dream that professional development will no longer be seen as training delivered by someone from the outside, but as a fire lit from within. मैं नहीं चाहता कि हर वक्त स्टाफ रूम में सैराबी के लिए बाहर का पानी आए, लेकिन खुद स्टाफ रूम के अंदर में कुआं खोदा जाए ताकि इल्म की फरावानी उस पानी teachers will become architects of their own learning. I have a dream that every staff room will sound different, not with complaints, blame, gossip. I marvel at very many staff room conversations where the conversations are the same, only the proper nouns are different. अरे तुमने देखा कासिम की अम्मा को, हाय अल्लाह. 3 महीने बाद, अरे तुमने देखा अब्दुल्ला की अम्मा को, हाय अल्लाह. Get out of talking about people and gossip and blame and turn to another level of conversation, voices of curiosity, questions of learning, conversations of growth, and the quiet hum of reflection. Instead of saying they don't understand, teachers will begin to say, let us understand together. I have a dream that every school will nurture a teachers club where once a week for just 55 minutes, a group of educators gather, not to pass time, but to push the mind, to read a small chapter from an education book and to ask, how does this change what I do tomorrow? I have a dream that learning will come not from textbooks, but from life itself, from becoming a parent and feeling what it means to struggle, to understand, to grow, from traveling to another place, a land, suddenly realizing how hard it is to learn, from re-entering education and remembering once again what it is to. I have a dream that teachers will learn to draw lessons from the daily Dawn newspaper. Pakistan में Dawn ही कुछ इंग्लिश कहते हैं, but all others are okay. From a single thing on Pak studies, from maps not found in textbook, from stories not covered in syllabi, from treaties like the Indus Water Treaty that shaped the destiny of nations and the consciousness of young minds. I have a dream that professional development will be homegrown, rooted in the soil of Pakistan, nourished by the voices of our teachers, responsive to the cultures of our classrooms, designed for this land, for these children, these teachers, this moment of history. That CPD will not be an imported skin graft rejected by the body, but a seed planted carefully in the reality of our schools to bloom from within. I have a dream that each staff room will guard a small library, not hundreds of books, but a few powerful ones, like these: a daily English newspaper in the staff room, the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary 10th edition. It should be in every staff room. उसे बाहर ले जाने की इजाजत ना हो, वहीं पढ़ने की हो. Some recommended titles. These are gems. Take the time and the trouble to get them. These are a treasure worth the seeking. Tips, etc. ये तमाम नाम और तस्वीरें पावर पॉइंट आपकी नजर है. Many books have websites associated with them. Resource books for teachers are an amazing resource. Each one contains 150 ideas, many requiring no preparation at all. Classroom dynamics. The issues that we're bothered about all the time are already solved. Let's have them in our school libraries. I have a dream that each staff room will have a dedicated notice board celebrating the lives, events, reading, thinking, and learning of the teachers. And I have a dream that alongside lesson plans, teachers will begin to plan moments of awe, sparks of empathy, doors to voice, where children are not mere recipients of teaching, but contributors to learning, where their questions shape our methods and their voices shape our practice. This is our dream, that the classrooms of root schools become laboratories of learning, that staff rooms become circles of reflection, that teachers become leaders of meaning, and that every child in Pakistan meets an educator whose mind is awake and whose heart is alive. This is our dream, and with courage, humility, and hope, we shall make it real. Let us begin. Those who are interested in these kind, I am on YouTube, and some of these talks are available. You may take a look at them for similar wisdom on the YouTube. Thank you very much.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning, sir. You can take three questions. You can take three questions quickly, please. Ji. Please, mic दीजिए. Mic दीजिए. Ladies, good morning. Madam HR, ये बीच की सीट्स जो है इनको प्लीज भर दें. Please. Thank you. आज बर्थडे किसकी है? Whose birthday is it? Don't fake it. Don't fake it. We'll find out. We have the HR records, so don't fake it. आ जाओ, जिसकी birthday. माइक दीजिए जी, ऑडियंस को माइक दीजिए जल्दी से. We will take three questions. Abbas साहब will take three questions. Birthday girl, क्या नाम है इनका? Please.
Assalamualaikum, sir. Naushad from Oxford Campus, Islamabad. I just have a question regarding learner agency. How do we make teachers feel that they have agency when it comes to curriculum, lesson plan, and subject, topic? How do we make them feel that they have agency so that they can give voice, choice, and ownership to their learners?
Space. We heard some hints of a solution yesterday, but they came in passing. First of all, I can't believe any academic coordinator or any head or any senior person saying to a teacher, सुने, आपने कहा था कि ये वाला लेसन प्लान मंडे से थर्सडे तक होगा, क्यों नहीं हुआ? I don't think anybody would do that. What happens is, if you have a genuine reason, if you are able to say, yes ma'am, but क्योंकि चंद बच्चों को बहुत एक्साइटमेंट थी फलां चीज की और हम उसके डाइग्रेशन में हमने फलां डिस्कशन बहुत अच्छा किया, देयरफॉर वो टॉपिक रह गया जो मैं अगले हफ्ते ले लूंगी. आई डोंट नो एनी एकेडमिक हेड और कोऑर्डिनेटर हु वुड से ठीक है अगले हफ्ते ले लीजिए. वरना प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, कोई लेसन प्लान लोहे महफूज से नहीं आता. हेड ऑफिस से जरूर आता है. No, but flexibility given by the heads in an open announcement will generate teacher agency. This is the brief answer. There are other answers.
They asked me whose birthday it is today, so I just said,
आप बताएं कि मेरी birthday है.
G.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Sadia Kashif. I'm a school evaluator. So I just want to ask you, I usually emphasize on school-based professional development a lot while talking to the school delegates. How important are learning circles in a staff room? So kindly shed
Extremely
the light.
important. Learning circles are a metaphor of the well that I'm asking you to dig in your own staff room for water. The staff rooms must be a learning space. एंड आई हैव अ ड्रीम के अंदर में हमने एग्जैक्टली यही बात कही कि टीचर्स आपस में एक दूसरे से और किताबों से मिलजुल कर सीखें और इसके लिए टाइम निकालें. ये गीबत, तोहमत और फलां की बुराई, सियासत के मसाइल, इसको हल ना करें और ये करें. हाँ, राइट. थैंक यू जी.
Abbas sir, Abbas sir. So I asked for someone. I was looking for a reason to celebrate. So a lot of our teachers somehow they don't feel celebrated themselves. Hence, they forget to celebrate their students in the classroom. So ऐसा क्या कीजिए कि इनके घर वाले इनको celebrate करें, इनको खुशियाँ मिले, because they feel less appreciated by at home. So लिहाजा इनको कोई प्यार नहीं देता, ये आगे बच्चों को नहीं प्यार देती. Anyway जी, so we are going to celebrate Miss Aliza Khalid. Aliza यही नाम है? Aliza Khalid इधर बीच में आ जाए. यही नाम है आपका? क्या नाम है? Aliza Khalid. Everyone, please wish her a happy birthday. Song लगाएं.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to dear one. Happy birthday to you. From good friends and true. From old friends and new. May good luck go with you. And happiness too.
ये भी generosity है.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to dear one. Happy birthday to you. From good friends and true. From old friends and new. May good luck.
Many happy returns of the day, girls. Thank you very much. We now come to a very, very interesting part of the program. And please join me in welcoming, join hands in me welcoming Mr. Muhammad Umar, Head of HR at Bank. JS Bank is our platinum partner, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Umar, for joining us here. He's going to talk to us about financial inclusion through digital equity. Mr. Muhammad Omar, who's the head of HR at JS Bank, has been a driving force behind initiatives that expanded digital access, build financial literacy, and create inclusive pathways to undeserved communities. His leadership combines human capital development with a deep commitment to leveraging technology for social impact, ensuring that financial empowerment becomes a possibility, not for a few, but for all. With a big round of applause, please welcome Mr. Muhammad Omar. Ma'am Anna Faisal, can we please ask you to join us on the stage? Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we please play the JS Bank corporate video? Sir, please.
डे को वेलकम करो एम्प्लॉय बैंकिंग सोल्यूशन जो रखे आपकी कंपनी और एम्प्लॉयज दोनों का ख्याल. एंजॉय करें एडवांस सैलरी की सहूलत, इंश्योरेंस कवरेज, गाड़ी और इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक फाइनेंसिंग. तो अभी जीएस पे डे चूज करो.
Alaikum and good morning. Uh, I've been in this profession for the last 25 plus years. Uh, it's not that I'm talking to public first time, but I was quite confused today because of two reasons. One, there are so many teachers sitting here whose job is to judge what other is saying. The second, obviously, after Abbas Saab's speech, mine is not academic at all, not literary also. But I'll try to talk about something which is very important, I think. And, you know, I have a lot of respect for this profession. My father was professor, and I started my career as a teacher. I would have been a teacher if I was not a banker, believe me. Because I think the biggest influence that generations have is through teachers. And I'm very glad that I'm sharing something which is very important and very relevant to your theme of Future Ready Pakistan. So, coming back to the financial inclusion through digital, uh, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, I'm starting with a success story because that is the ultimate impact that we would want to have once we achieve this financial inclusion through digital diversity. This is the story of a female entrepreneur from Balochistan. I think when she started her journey, she started in a very conventional way of developing organic skincare products, but she was not achieving the numbers that she wanted to achieve. I think the game changer for her was moving to the digital media marketing, residing to the microfinance loan which she required to develop a business which required money. I think this is the end objective that you want to achieve. At the end of the day, the country of 25 million people, 250 million people, you cannot provide employment to everybody in this country. Self-employment or vocation is something that changed the fate of this country, and that can be accelerated through financial inclusion, through digital diversity. That is my belief, and there are a lot of examples for that. So, where we are in terms of uh, country in achieving this objective. So, before we talk about it, let's talk about some facts. 241 million people, 145 million adult population who are eligible for any banking account. And there are only 87 million people who have bank account. And whereas we have 130 million smartphones. Why we are talking about smartphones? Because smartphone is like a bank for you if you want to use. And we have 64 million digital payers, right? So the platforms that are available for the digital payments. I think that we have come a long way. So the landscape is telling that we are ready to take off. It's just that we need to do few things to actually make it happen. So what we have done so far, I think we always like to criticize what is not happening in the country, right? We don't talk about what has happened so far. I think we have, as I said, we have come a long way. And if we look at the role of State Bank, 2016, 16% of Pakistani adult had bank account in 2015. Now it's 64%. Right? According to Karandas, Pakistan Financial Inclusion Survey, see, access to the mobile wallet is increased from 7 to 35%, right? And somebody was talking about RAS. I know, yeah, I was listening to them because the story that I told you, the major contributor towards that was the RAS platform that State Bank has introduced. I'm sure you have used this RAS platform while making the digital transactions. So RAS is a game changer. So it gives you access to all the digital platforms across the country for any kind of financial transaction, right? So we have 14.1 million of coverage. There are 690,000 branchless banking agents, right? So this is the landscape that we have, and this is what we have done so far. So what are we doing about it? Can we move to the next slide, please? Right. So what are the digital enablers, and whether these, okay. Now, before I talk about it, financial inclusion and digital, through digital platform are two different things. First, we have to increase the financial inclusion. We need to include people in the banking sector, open their accounts and all these things. Now, we are facing the cultural issue. People are very skeptical of opening accounts in the bank. One, because we are living in a cash rich society. People prefer to deal in cash, right? They want to hide their income for whatever reasons, you know that, right? And also, uh, a banking account give empowerment to individuals also, and we don't want people to get empowered sometimes, especially the female population that we have. And I think that is the biggest challenge that we are facing. So I think digital channel is providing this opportunity to female to open their account without going to any branch, right? And how they can do it, you know that, and this is where the awareness need to be increased, right? So regulatory support, as I said, the policies are there. Instant payment RAS system is there. We have the world class system of NADRA, where we can actually identify, we call it KYC, know your customer, through NADRA has become a lot easier. So we have the building blocks there. It's just that how we can leverage on those building blocks to increase that. Next slide, please. So, roadmap for improvement. First of all, we need to increase the financial literacy. I think State Bank started this initiative a couple of years back, where they have mandated these banks to work on the financial literacy, right? And we have done a lot of, all banks have done a lot of uh, seminars, sessions with people of lower middle class, and uh, to talk about financial literacy. I think financial literacy does not mean to tell them to open account in the bank. Financial literacy means they need to understand how the income can be utilized and how the savings can be made, right? Once they save some money, how they can invest that money in various uh, tools available in the banking sector. I think that is the most important thing. And as I said, uh, teachers have the biggest influence on the, and even Abbas Saab, while talking about a lot of things, he mentioned his teacher as his mentor, right? Whatever you have become in life, the biggest influence after your parents is from teachers. I think teachers can play a very important role. I know maybe the school system that you have, maybe you are not dealing with lower middle class people, but I think use this opportunity and collaborate with NGOs and see how you can contribute towards increasing the financial literacy. Because the word that you will say will have a lot of impact than the word that we will say. Because we have a commercial advantage of doing that. You don't have that. You will be talking from their well-being point of view. Then obviously, when we are saying that we need to have a digital uh, platforms, and then affordable digital these devices is important. Yes, we mentioned in the previous slide that 130 million uh, smartphone users, but I think the smartphone prices should be subsidized, and these subsidies will enable people to actually use the smartphone as their account. Then education is something which is we are still struggling with. Not many people are educated, but we want everybody who's adult to be part of the banking channel. So I think the simplified products which can be easily used, user friendly through mobile phones is important. I think we need to work on that. I think a lot of these microfinance bank and digital banks are already working on it, but this is something where we need to work a lot more what we have done so far. Okay. So what are the roadblocks? I'm not talking about something which you don't know, but reiterating it, maybe coming from me would have a different impact. So maybe that's the reason. So major roadblock is basically cash dominance. We still prefer to deal in cash, right? So I heard your city has become a cashless city. Congratulations for that, Islamabad. I don't know whether it's true or not, but this is what I heard. But this is a great initiative because once you move away from cash transactions, your economy will start documenting. Will be documented, right? Because and you know our 50% of our economy is informal economy where it is not documented, which has its own implication. You all know that, right? The other is lack of confidence in digital system and fears of online scam, which is real. It's real. I think the biggest challenge that we are facing through because of digitization is digital scams, right? And it's they are so smart that they have come up every time with a new way of infiltrating your information, right? Even a person like me who have been in the who have been in the banking for so long sometimes get confused, right? So just remember one thing: whoever is asking you your uh, code, pin code, T-pin, anything, don't share it. Even if your banker is, if the person is saying that I'm your banker, don't share it. So don't share it. Yeah. No, no. Again, at the end of the day, it's your you know road to your finances, right? So you have to protect your finances, and the only way to protect it is not to share your pin code. I think that is one thing, but there are a lot of ways that people are trying to get that information. Pin code is one. Even don't share your personal uh, information with that. You know, under the new data confidentiality laws, which we were using in my previous organization, we were not even HR. The biggest thing that people expect from HR that they will send happy birthday uh, messages to every employee on their birthdays. You know, this is not allowed unless the person whose birthday is allowing you to actually use that information. So even the birthday is something which is confidential. So we were facing a lot of challenges in the beginning because my CEO was asking me to tell me the birthdays of his direct report so that he can send them birthday messages. I said I can't share that information, right? Because all these personal informations are important and confidential. So just develop this mindset that you don't have to share anything. And but trust deficit is valid. Lack of skill, obviously, it's not easy, especially my generation. It's not easy. You know, sometimes I get the feeling that computer is, yeah, or the mobile device is so smart, they get an idea that the person is not that savvy, so it makes things difficult for us. When we ask our kids to do that same thing, they would do it very quickly. So I think that is where the real challenge is, right? We need to increase that literacy level so that they can use these financial applications easily. And apart from that, obviously, these companies are making these financial applications more user-friendly, keeping in view the fact that it will be used by people who are not literate also. Okay. Uh, I still have a couple of slides. So you get so bored that you start clapping, yeah? What are the systemic risks? Again, fraud and scams, I talked about it. Technical stability, this is again a challenge. The connectivity is a bigger, maybe in cities, we still face a lot of connectivity issues, but when we are talking about rural areas, and then I don't know, but I'm sure the connectivity issue must be very big, right? So unless we don't fix these infrastructure issues. Now, why would companies invest in this infrastructure in rural areas? They will only invest when they see the benefit out of it, right? So when people start using these networks very frequently, the usage it will increase, then obviously it will make more sense for these telecom operators to have their infrastructure in the rural areas, right? The third thing is data privacy. We talked about it. I think these are the systemic risks. They are still there, and it will remain there. You know, there are two sides of one set of people who are working on breaking this, creating more ways of doing frauds and getting information, right? So it's a constant war between the good and evil, you may say, right? So whoever is one step ahead would take the advantage. I think there are certain precautions that we talked about. I think we need to stick to that. You know, beating around the bush probably is the word that when we talk about financial inclusion, we talk about inclusion of female in the banking, right? So let's get it straight. What we are, the major inclusion that we want in the financial sector is the inclusion of females, right? And again, I think there are two ways of handling it. One should be handled by the financial institutions, and one should be handled through communities and teachers in collaboration with NGOs, right? So again, hire female agents. Whenever you design some product, I think this is something that we need to understand. Male brain works differently from female brain. You cannot say that the product that I have developed and I shared it with males and they think it's a great product would be taken as happily by our female population also. So it is very important whenever you design something, whenever you design website, whenever you design financial application, I think include female in that process also, so that they can, because at the end of the day, the majority of females that we would like to include in financial sector are our end target, right? Then again, G2B integration, digitize payroll and vendor payment for female workforce. I think this is a big chunk of workforce which is in the informal sector. They are not into any banking sector. And I think that is one reason that they actually face a lot of problems at their homes. Because whenever they bring cash, the cash is taken away by their husbands or their fathers or their brothers. When they, so they, the, if you really want to empower them and if you really want them to actually use that money for their own benefit, they need to have that. So this is one side of it where probably banking institutions and government would say. What is the other side? Other side is creating awareness around it. Right? All the fears that they have, how to eradicate those fears and how to convince them to move towards the digital channels. I think this is where the financial workshops, digital resource, and community outreach programs are important. I don't know, in banking sector, we have this volunteering program where we expect every employee to spend 3 days in a year on any volunteering activity, which is outside the organization, community activity. So I don't know whether you have this kind of program in your organization or not. I think as the most influential set of people in the country, if you are participating in these activities, in generating that awareness and community outreach program, that would help a lot, right? So so financial inclusion is not just about opening accounts, it's about opening opportunities. I think one thing that we haven't touched upon, it's not only enabling them to make a transaction through digital channel. I think there are other financial services that can be offered. There are a lot of saving products that banks or digital banks or microfinance banks are offering, right? And for that, obviously, if they go to a local money lender, they charge you exorbitant interest rates and actually create a lot of problems for you in the later. I think if they are part of this financial sector, they will have access to a cheaper lending facilities, and they have facilities to actually invest their money and savings and make some money out of it. I think it's not just making them to open their account. I think it's telling them the opportunities of actually to be included in the financial sector. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Muhammad Umar. Thank you so much, sir.
And Umar Saab, most importantly, Umar Saab, a very big thank you to your bank and to your leadership, to the sponsors of this bank. We are very grateful to our own bank, JS, for supporting our initiative. It's not the first time you have supported us. You have always been kind, generous, supportive. I thank Basir Shamsi. I thank Imran Bhavani. I thank Atif Salim. And I thank you, Umar Saab, and your presentation was very, very informative and very relevant and very educational. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, sir, again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we shift on to a conversation that every education wrestles with. How do we measure learning? Fairly, meaningfully, humanely? How do we do this? We're now going to be inviting panel members for an exciting panel discussion titled Beyond Grades, Rethinking Assessments and Placements, Measuring What Truly Matters. Please welcome me, join hands with me to welcome Ms. Uzma Yusuf, Country Director, Cambridge International Education. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. She's a visionary leader with a vision, depth, and global academic insight. Ms. Yusuf brings unparalleled experience in shaping assessment systems grounded in rigor, fairness, and future readiness. Thank you so much, Ms. Uzma. Joining her is Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, CEO ACCA Pakistan, one of the world's most influential qualifications in global finance. As a senior education industry leader, he brings deep insight into how assessments must evolve to measure not just knowledge, but competence, adaptability, and ethical reasoning in the real world readiness. Next, we have the privilege of having Dr. Afsha Homa, an author, an educator, and a psychologist, a scholar of learning, behavior, and human development. Dr. Afsha Homa combines psychology, pedagogy, and research to understand how students truly learn. Next up, we have Ms. Sitara Fareed, our Head of Department of International Qualifications, Curriculum and Assessment. She leads quality assurance across the Millennium education, shaping systems that uphold rigor, integrity, and evidence-based improvement. Thank you so much, Ms. Sitara, for joining the panel. We also have Ms. Sadia Kashif, our senior school evaluator. She leads the school evaluation and enhancement department with the Millennium Education Department. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us. I now pass on the reins to Ms. Uzma Yusuf, her capable hands. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Amna. Thank you for an introduction that does not belong to me at all. I just work with Cambridge, and I'm very fortunate to be a part of one of the world's best universities where we work together to make sure that the excellence of greatest universities in the world is brought to the doorsteps of students in 160 countries. And really, really honored to be here with all the roots family, roots teachers, people I've seen growing up with me and growing old with me now. So we have a very long way back going together from where the school started, where we all were, and where we are today. Um, First of all, extremely engaging sessions, brilliant conversations this morning. The biggest thing generally on my mind always is what's most important in education. And I think people sitting around here are the most important stakeholders in education. No matter what we do, what happens in the classrooms is at the heart of every effort that we are making, everything we are doing. So, a huge round of applause for the most important people in our lives. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening. Yesterday was amazing. Today is going to be even more wonderful, I think, from all the talks that I've heard so far. So I think सबसे बड़ा सबके दिमाग पे सवाल ये है, including myself. World is changing. We are all running after grades. A star होना चाहिए कि A होना चाहिए, कितने A's होने चाहिए, कितने B's होने चाहिए. All of that, and then we are faced with a world. Like Faisal was saying yesterday also, we all know change is the only constant, but this time the rate of change is a bit more drastic than we've seen. It's like changes that happened back in the industrial revolution, and things like industrial revolution changed the way people work, but there were haves and there were have nots. There were people who profited from it, but there were large sectors of the society that were not able to take advantage of it. So, what are we trying to do here as educational institutions and as stakeholders in the system, as parents? It's a very strongly knit, a very strongly interwoven ecosystem that we operate in. And at the heart of all of this is the student that we are entrusted with to prepare them for the future. How can we prepare them, and how do they feel? Do they feel that giving them grades and doing assessments is going to be what is going to make them ready for the world? The other question is, what is our understanding of what they feel and what we feel? So I'm going to share a few insights from you based on a survey that we did, which is spanned across 160 countries. We spoke to students, parents, teachers, and we tried to understand what they all think. So I hope this will be something that you find interesting. So if you ask a typical 17-year-old, are you ready for what comes next? Many will hesitate. So this was a global learning exercise that we did, and which found that less than half of the students will feel prepared for their next step. Yet their teachers, who see the day-to-day growth, generally believe that the students are more ready than they realize, which is actually absolutely true, because you see the potential in them and they see the fears of the future. So there's a gap between readiness and students realizing and recognizing how ready they are. So one part of our job is to make sure that this gap is closed. We are confident because the scale and diversity of the evidence behind it is unbelievable. So we spoke to nearly 4,000 students aged between 16 to 19 and over 3,000 teachers across 150 countries. And we spoke to about 50 experts as well. So then we thought about how can we close that gap, and this is all coming from an organization which is an international organization for education and publishing and books and so much more, but known mostly as the world's largest assessment organization. So the shift number one is from scores to evidence of capability. A grade tells you something, but it doesn't tell you everything. It doesn't show how a student planned a project, managed time, solved a messy problem, or helped a team get unstuck. Our research shows that something is very important, that both students and teachers value subject knowledge, especially from moving to the next stage of education. But they sometimes undervalue knowledge for the long term. You must have heard a lot of students saying, I don't know why did I do calculus, I never applied it. However, in an AI world, this is a big mistake. Knowledge is not obsolete. It's a material that we think with. And that's what makes judgment and creativity possible. So when people say we don't need teachers, we don't need content, we just need a device, how will you make decisions if you don't know what the truth is, if you don't have a basis to build your judgments on? So, what we need to do is to keep the rigor of external assessment, and we need to add more authentic tasks like projects, portfolios, and performances. We want students to show teamwork, communication, and problem solving. We need to give universities and employers something that they can see, which is more than just a number or an alphabet grade. We already have credible ways to blend externally assessed pieces with internally assessed work. We just need to use the same more deliberately. And when we say more deliberately, by which I mean something that Roots and ourselves have been trying to work together. For example, if so, the survey is between 16 and 19 because this is after where they go to universities. But do we feel that all these skills of critical thinking, being confident, dealing with success and failure, they don't develop, of course, at the age 14 and above. We train students from much earlier on. So this brings back the importance of the foundational years where we start working with students in early years and leading them up. And the other big shift is from one big test to continual growth. So that's why we emphasize so much on primary, on early years, and on teachers being extremely capable in the age group that they're dealing with. So that each age group, each stage gets the recognition they need. And when we talk about assessments at different ages mean different things. We talk about assessment for learning, not assessment of learning. We need to do assessments in a way that support learning, and there's various ways of doing that. One point I really wanted to share with you is that sometimes we feel that we are slow to change in the education sector, but systems change slowly for good reasons. What you need to have in an education system and other systems of assessment is trust, fairness, and comparability. We don't want innovation just for the sake of saying that we have innovated. Education has to lead technology and not the other way around. We want purpose driven changes that make assessments more valid and more humane, and also that the public can trust. So if you quickly change something, one example was, one of the local exam boards wanted to do AI marking. We advised you shouldn't do AI marking because none of the exam boards internationally, not just Cambridge, we are not ready to do AI marking yet. We are training for it, we're working on it, but we can't do it. Not to the point of rigor and validity that is of human marking. We didn't do it, they did, and I think we know the results. The other thing is we've been talking about student agency. So from silence to voice, what the world is changing and our signaling to the world needs to change. AI is here. it can accelerate learning, but it also raises hard questions about reliability, fairness, and transparency. So any innovation needs to keep integrity front and center. And you can't teach integrity unless you have teachers who have integrity, who know the values, and who can act as compasses in classrooms with their with their students. Hybrid and interactive tasks are becoming more normal. Um, However, we can't forget digital divide, and at the same time, we can't be perpetuating another divide which is worse than the previous one. So we have to be extremely mindful. Sometimes we think that if there is a divide, we are the beneficiaries of it. But history tells you a divide always leads to net negative results for everybody. So, unless everyone has something, those who have something cannot live in a world that they can cherish living in. There'll always be dangers, there's always be problems. Inequality never leads to anything good. The most important lesson we've learned during COVID and afterwards is well-being matters. We've got not just the big assessments, but other stuff that looks at how children performed at one point in time and what was their mental state and state of mental well-being at the time. You can have a look at their performance later in the year, and we've got more than ample evidence to demonstrate that children who are mentally feeling better, who are emotionally stable, do better in schools and in exams as well. The other important thing we can't forget, which is a part of everything that we're doing, is climate disruption is already interrupting schooling. So even for assessments, we'll need to have flexible, resilient assessments that sometimes has to travel with learners. We're talking about digital. We are also talking about profiles that student must have. So learning has to continue while life is unstable, and that is one fact we can't change. What we can change is our response to it. So again, the questions that we are going to ask today are about grades and what do we need beyond grades. So this was just a little bit of background to what we had. Now I'm going to share with you some small takeaways that our experts looked at. How can you support um, learning? How can you support your students? For example, something you can do in the classroom. So in terms of skills, in every scheme of work, they recommend that we signpost where students will practice self-management, collaboration, communication, and how you will give feedback. Now, feedback is extremely important. As you know, in the morning we talked about teachers. I completely agree that you need to be celebrated far more than you are. But how will your day be if you had the whole day without anyone telling you how well you did? And the impact of that feedback on students is extremely important and far more magnified as a young child than it is for adults. If we don't name feedback, if we don't tell them what we have observed, they will not be able to see it for themselves. And another important thing that I think all of us need to do is we have to make reflection a routine. After every big task, for example, we can ask three small questions. What did I plan? What changed? What would I do differently? And in simple words, that's metacognition. We talk about metacognition all the time, but I think now the time is where we need to bring all that we talk about into practice in our classrooms. So beyond grades, what do we need to measure? What do we need to give them? We need to measure how have we taught them curiosity? How do they turn knowledge into insights? We need to measure have we given our children voice? Have we given them the courage to explain and also to listen and to persuade? We have to see if we've helped them build character. How do they plan? How do they persist? And how do they learn from their mistakes? And we need to be sure that standards are clear. We need to be sure that standards are clear, comparable, and trusted. It's a big ask, easier said than done. But I think these are the things that we need to measure more than the end of year summative exams, who have their own place. They've got a more of a place now because of AI and other things, and looks like that 1 hour, 2 hour exam is going to be important. But that exam and that exam result alone is not going to make them ready for the world. So if they have curiosity, if they have voice, if they have character, and if they know what standards they are being measured against, our students won't just be ready, they will also realize that they're ready. And so will the world be. So I think that's our basic thesis today. And based on those thoughts, I'm now going to ask my panel members questions about how they think students can be ready. So early in the morning, talking about exams, if we like them or not, and if assessments are relevant or not, I know it's a bit much, but can we start? I think, ma'am, you are a psychologist as well. So first, your thoughts on what do you feel about all of this dilemma that we face? Exams are important, other things are even more important. Your thoughts?
Thank you so much. And thank you, Usma, for setting the stage for us and making it easy for us as well. The very first thought that I was having while listening to you or while going through the materials that were already shared, um, as you are using the word exams, so I think the word itself comes from the pedagogy and assessment of 20th century. Talking about 21st century skills, I personally eliminated 2 words from my book. One was evaluation and one was exam, in the meanings that we have been using them before. The more meaningful words that you used by the end of your initial talk was reflection and feedback. If we are saying that we are doing assessments, not just assessment of learning, but assessment for learning, then we should be very clear that this cannot be one day exam, or this cannot be a few hours exam. This has to be a process. So if we say this has to be a process, it means that our formal and summative assessments have to be connected to each other, should not stand out alone, which were so before. Now let's come to the psychological aspects of it. By the end of 20th century, we were looking at the classrooms and assessments with a constructivist point of view, that students construct knowledge. They don't just receive knowledge. So they construct knowledge through their interaction in classroom, beyond schools, in homes, beyond homes. With the emergence of technology, and now in this moment with the emergence of IT, the students and us as well go beyond constructivism and go to connectivism. So when I use these 2 words together, the first thing, constructivists gave beyond cognitivists, because cognitivists gave lower order thinking, higher order thinking, and that's it. Constructivists gave us the idea of zone of proximal development.
Yes.
I can do certain things. I can do certain things with help, and I cannot do certain things without engaging to other learners or experts. That's where connectivism comes in. If I am assessing a child alone, and I tell them, my first PhD assignment was marked all red, and my evaluator called me and said, did you do it alone? And I proudly said yes. And his question was, why? Why did you even try to do this alone? Do you live alone in this world? And I was like, no. And he said, do you do everything alone? I said, no. And he said, why do you try to learn alone? And then I asked myself, why do I assess the child alone? If we are talking about collaboration, if we are talking about connectivism, and we are believing in this moment, year 2025 ending, that we are moving with collaborative learning, we are moving with connectivism, the child is connected beyond the classroom, beyond any limit, then why to assess the child alone? My point is that the assessment needs to be in a reflective and critical cycle. If it is a reflective and critical cycle, it begins with the child or the learner themselves assessing or reflecting upon their own activity and their progress. Peers looking at each other's work, not just reflecting but critiquing it. And then at the third level comes the instructor. And there's a dialogue about it.
You're absolutely right, Dr. Afsha. Let's ask Sadia, because what you're saying is not something, assessment is not just an exam that you take at the end of the year. It's the whole process of learning and then assessment. When good teaching and learning happens in a classroom, grades get better anyway. However, even if grades don't get better, if we are able to bring this to life, then you will have a human being who's ready. And grades may not matter as much either. तो सादिया हमने बड़ी बड़ी बातें तो की हैं. मैंने कहा जी 1000 स्कूल ये कह रहे हैं, वो हो रहा है. मैडम डॉक्टर अफशा ने भी बिल्कुल. आप ये बताएं, आपका चैलेंज है कि ये हाउ डू यू मेक इट हैपन इन द क्लासरूम?
Thank you very much, Uzma. Hello, everybody. This is a very, very important question. My core job is to evaluate, and in evaluation, attainment comes in. And when we talk of attainment, is the numbers. So here comes the grades and the numbers and why these are important. Having said that, there are a lot of teachers in the classroom that I have witnessed during the observations. Other than that, doing projects where they connect the lesson content cross curricular. And that's how they're building those skills which are extremely important and the skills of the 21st century. We talked of connectivity, we talk of interactiveness, and we see using the AI as well when the teachers are actually making it happen in the classroom, when they are making learners learn through those interactive games. Do you do that? All right. And if the ones who are learning to do that, it's wonderful because now the children, they are not like immigrants of technology. We were probably the immigrants of technology. Learners are born users of technology. And now they actually feel unsafe at times. They also do not feel that comfort in the classroom if we do not talk of their interest. So that is one of a very, very important thing. If we actually keep the interest, the curiosity, the creativity inside the classroom, outside the classroom, with one another, and also provide the opportunities for the learners to actually think beyond what actually is said to them. So that is how teachers are doing it in the classroom. When I was I was teaching class O levels. I was an English teacher, and I remember there was this essay that I wanted my learners to write on, and it was on life. Something the topic was related to life. And then at that point in time, there was this Avril Lavigne's song, quite hip at that point in time. It is called Complicated. And I asked my learners to listen to that song first in the classroom. Think about that. And then pick up the vocabulary, pick up certain ideas from that. And that's how actually everybody wrote about a different, their own life situations, their own life problems. And that's how the learner could be assessed. I was there as a teacher to assess them on the definitely a different on a criteria, but by reading their write-ups where they have talked about different life challenges, it actually made them connected to that boring essay writing lesson.
So that's
So
amazing. I think that's a really good example. And that's your challenge at the school level. So, we have Asad with us, who heads one of the most well-known awarding organizations in Pakistan, from the UK, and with very high employability, brilliant future, and you're also faced with similar challenges as all of us are. So, what role do you think competency-based or portfolio assessments play in showcasing employability? Because at the end of the day, we are making them ready for the world of, I won't say work or jobs, but productivity at least.
Thank you much, Uzma. I'd like to firstly acknowledge and thank TMUC, Chaudhry Faisal Mushtaq, Dr. Chaudhry Faisal Mushtaq, for this wonderful initiative. The entire context of why we are sitting over here, you see, this is what compelled me to really think about what to talk in today's conversation. So we are speaking to nation builders, we are speaking to the teachers, and the and in Pakistan's context, your role is very important. So firstly, I'd like all of you to acknowledge and clap for yourselves for the wonderful role and contribution that you're making, not just to TMUC, but Pakistan as a whole. The ACCA, you've already mentioned, we are a global accounting body. Our global community of 800,000 members and future members, they represent 180 countries. So what ACCA brings on the table is this inclusive insights, these global insights, where we endeavor to develop professionals that are fit for purpose, that are employer ready, that are business ready, that are probably setting up their own business ready, in a way that they meet the demands all the way from Australia to Canada. And it helps us understand the key denominators. So when we look at those key denominators, so what is it that we are preparing our student in terms of their journey? So the focus has to be on the journey. So what is the end point of the journey? The end point of the journey is that the role of the professional accountant, you see, previously we were number crunchers half a century back, then we became report generators, and in today's world, the professional accounting profession has shifted from chief financial officers to chief value officers. So it's all about value creation. How do you create value? So you picked up a lot of the elements. So in terms of how we look at the learning competencies or the learning outcomes for our future members is you have to understand ACCA qualification structure. We have a foundations level. Then we have, once the foundations are built, you have a knowledge level. Then you have a skills assessment level. And then what we call the strategic professional level. All this put together is just one component, which is the examination part. But ACCA is 3 E's. So with this examination, you need to build in ethical competence, you need to build in ethical skepticism, and you need to create ethical champions, and they need to learn and be aware of real life ethical dilemmas. And with the ethical dilemmas, obviously, once the 2 E's work together, the third E comes in, which is experience. So all these 3 E's put together is what develops a professional accountant, and it is under a professionally, globally recognized education standards, which are issued by the International Federation of Accountants. When it comes to ACCA, because we carry, I would say, also the burden as well as the expectation of 180 economies, our global tagline or vision is to be leading in terms of developing the accountancy profession, but now we believe that we are leading in terms of developing economies. So when you have to develop the economy, what do you look at? You look at the skills that are not just required within your economy, but which are also globally required, accepted, and needed. And it is not a surprise that you see with our 250 million population, with about 90 million individuals that are under the age of 18, We have this huge opportunity that we are sitting on at the moment, where Pakistan, going forward, can not just only be the factory, the human capital factory of the world, but the service provision factory of the world as well. So opportunity and employability is what we will be focusing on. When we are developing our curriculum, which is in consultation with educators, with universities, with our learning partners, with employers, so with all that put together, so there are three C's we are developing. Number one is capability. Number two is character. And the third one is the competence. And all this put together, and how do we put this together? So within the assessment or how we assess our students, we have to be, and we have to understand that ACCA about half a decade back shifted completely to computer-based exams. At today, so that is a green, sustainable endeavor that ACC undertook with a view to obviously supporting the planet, but also in terms of developing skills. So when our students from day one, they do not pick up the paper, they do not pick up the pen for exams, they work on the computer and they're supported by tools like Word, like for their computations and calculations, Excel, and for their presentation, their evaluations and their recommendations, PowerPoint. So that's the sort of readiness that we build in them. So there are six cognitive skills that we are evaluating, which are categorized in three levels. So the first level is all about comprehension and the knowledge that you have. The second level is your ability to apply that knowledge and to be able to analyze. And the third level is how you're able to synthesize that information and you're in a position to recommend and to create an advice. Why? Because we believe that we are building the future strategic business leaders. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Asad. And I think that's coming from someone who's preparing students for the actual world of work, world of productivity, it kind of, I feel optimistic that we are at least on the same understanding and on the same track. So I wanted to ask Sitara, you deal with a lot of exam boards, you deal with a lot of systems. So how do you feel are all of us, the international exam boards and schools, do you think we are moving at a pace which is required, or do you think, and what's your challenge when you do this with the parents? So I'll give you a small example. I have 8-year-old twins. I don't want them to be tested. I don't want them to be labeled according to grades. My son is, someone who can ace anything. My daughter is equally intelligent, but she hates competition. However, as a parent, I feel pressured to put my children in that competition. So does the school. But because they say parents aren't happy. So as someone dealing with all this ecosystem, what are your biggest challenges and where do you see glimmers of hope?
Thank you very much, Uzma, for this question. But believe you me, when I was preparing for this topic, because we are all, first of all, teachers at heart, and for anything that we are asked to do, first of all, we prepare. So I will take the liberty of, having this opportunity to speak to my teachers and to this esteemed panelist, and also, esteemed audience, people who are at the level of policy making, that when I was, exploring and preparing for this topic, I came across a very recent talk by the biggest entrepreneur in the world at the moment, Elon Musk, who was talking at Saudi Investment Forum this Wednesday. And I don't know how Sir Asad Hamid will react to what I'm about to say, that he said that in 2 decades' time, employment, ladies and gentlemen, will be a choice. So, Usma, with your
I know
twins,
the sari baatein Elon
employment
Musk ki manne wali
will
nahi hoti,
be a
that's the
choice.
problem.
But I think that this is something, when we are talking about people who are curating future at the moment, people who are making
आप
this
हमें
world
बताएं
move
आपका क्या
forward.
चैलेंज है हमें थोड़ा
So,
सा अपना पर्सपेक्टिव बताएं
so
ये
yes, we will.
हाँ
I'm coming to that. So I
Right.
thought that this is something that I would like to share. So yes, the challenge that we are facing, this is at the moment the biggest thought in my mind, and I could not, move forward without saying it. So the challenge that we are facing, I'm working with my Department of International Qualification, Assessment and Curriculum, and at the moment, we are dealing with multiple exam boards, and we are dealing with our own local exam board. We also have our, teachers who are at the receiving end of what we are doing. And just recently, what we did last week was preparing exam papers. And the conversations that we were having in our departments were that this question that I have designed for my teachers, what is going to be the expected answer from my learner? And from this question, what am I going to assess? So this is beyond grades that I'm going to. So am I going to assess only recall? Am I going for only knowledge? Am I going for critical thinking? And am I asking them for their independent opinion? So when we are dealing with all these different requirements of different exam boards and exam bodies, so we are the challenge at the moment is that not only that we have to take the current learner who is in our class at the moment, but also the expectations that the exam bodies have, and to align all this. And when we are aligning all this, I think that I am absolutely empathizing with my teachers who are at the helm of all these affairs, who are receiving from your end, Uzma, from my end as well, and who are also receiving from the parental end, and who are working with these future citizens of our country. So the challenge is to keep all these factors in our mind. But with this challenge, also there is a pleasure. There's a pleasure to work with this opportunity and to have this opportunity to to be able to, through these traditional assessments and through this question number 1 MCQs, question number 2 short questions, then going to the C part and going to the practical based paper and going to the paper 2 of English and parcha 2 of Urdu, we are trying to assess the attributes that we have set for our learners. Are we catering to those attributes? That learner attributes, TME learner attributes, are they confident? Are they able to communicate? Can they think independently? Are we giving them through these assessment? Are we giving them opportunities to demonstrate these attributes? So for those attributes to be assessed, we need our teachers to have the similar attributes and more than that. And more
Thank
than
you so
that.
much,
So
Sitara.
these are the challenges I believe that we have to go beyond grade, but with grade.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Sitara. That's really interesting. I have a question for you, Sadia, actually. मुझे ये बताएं कि जो सितारा कह रही हैं, it makes perfect sense. लेकिन how do you deal with a parent जो ये कहता है, आप कहते हैं कि they are a very well-rounded child, वो sports में भी अच्छे हैं, वो class में भी participate करें, वो सब करें, लेकिन कुछ बच्चे होते हैं उनको एग्जाम एंजाइटी होती है. मैं हाई स्टेक की नहीं बात कर रही, मैं अर्लियर स्टेजेस की भी बात कर रही हूँ, लेकिन उनके ग्रेड वैसे नहीं है. तो is it an easy sell to a parent to say कि नहीं ठीक है आपका बच्चा brilliant है, they can be brilliant and not do well in exam, और या फिर on the other hand एक बच्चा है जो पेपर पे बहुत अच्छा करता है but does not engage, does not collaborate, तो उस वक्त आप क्या करती हैं?
Okay, बहुत important question है, and they're very close to my heart also when I talk to the teachers as well and also to the leadership team. So this is actually, I would like to just introduce a term over here. It is called ipsative assessment. So ipsative assessment is the periodic checkups of the child, and it's not actually comparing the child with any other child. It's the comparison with his own performance. So the first time he's looking at something, what has that child able to observe? The second time he's been given a new object. So the difference between the two. So I think this is one of the things that we need our teachers to be trained on, because this is how we can actually make our stakeholders also satisfied that we are putting in effort, and that effort is actually bearing some results which are important for the child's progress over time. So it will definitely help the child to reach that benchmark. Every child will learn one way or the other. And everyone in this world knows something about everything. So that is that is very, very important, that we realize that the child that sits in front of us in the classroom is not someone who doesn't know anything. He has his own canvas. He has probably painted something on the canvas. We need to pick that color up, and then we need to actually flourish it further.
Thank you so much. That's a really good answer. And I think पाकिस्तान में हमारा थोड़ा सा ये जी, आपके लिए एक और सवाल भी है, और you can come in as well. आप please बोलें.
Really perfect. I think this is a very important question, whether the grades represent someone's capability. I think what we have evaluated within ACC and my personal experience is that grades is a reflection of your preparation, not your capability. So your capacity can be something different, how well you were able to approach a particular subject, and what are the variables. So within the assessment, you look at somebody's professional acumen, you look at the professional skepticism, you look at the ability to communicate, you look at the ability of critical thinking, you look at the ability for problem solving. So if you're able to construct a grade based on these variables, you would see that you would pick up on the strengths of an individual. And now just to add on, AI is helping creating these personalized insights for children, for students, even for professionals, in terms of their organizational evaluation, because you need to have a certain value, behavior, or competencies within certain roles. So I just wanted to add that dimension, that for all parents, even for all teachers, that grades will always be a representation and reflection of one's preparation level, not one's capability.
Thank you for your perspective. And आप ही की तरफ मैं आ रही थी डॉक्टर अफशा. अब हमारे पास 10 minutes देने जी हमने क्वेश्चन आंसर्स को. आमना 10 minutes for क्वेश्चन आंसर. ठीक है. सो हमारे पास 10 मिनट, तकरीबन 9 मिनट और हैं. आप अपने एडिशन के साथ हमें ये भी बताइएगा. मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाह रही थी कि देखें, एक तो ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट है जिसमें हम सब कह रहे हैं कि दीज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स टू डू एंड वी ऑल अंडरस्टैंड. एक हमारा कल्चरल कॉन्टेक्स्ट है जिसमें आप जब मैं इंग्लैंड जब पढ़ने गई थी तो मेरी बेस्ट फ्रेंड नॉर्वेजियन थी. हमारे पहले एग्जाम के बाद मैंने उससे पूछा कि हाउ मच डिड यू गेट, एंड शी डिड नॉट टॉक टू मी फॉर अ व्हाइल. मैंने कहा ये क्या बात हुई, यू नो, आई आस्क्ड यू अ वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन. शी सेड यू इन्फ्रिंज्ड माय पर्सनल स्पेस, यू आस्क्ड मी अ क्वेश्चन दैट यू शुडंट हैव आस्क्ड. हमारा कल्चर ये है, और हम एक ही यूके यूनिवर्सिटी में थे, वही बच्चे कैम्ब्रिज का एग्जाम यहाँ दे रहे हैं, वही यूएस में या यूरोप में दे रहे हैं. हमारा कॉन्टेक्स्ट ये है कि जैसे पहले तो एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग सी थी, हमारे एक फैमिली फ्रेंड है, उनके बच्चे पढ़ाई इतनी अच्छी नहीं कर रहे थे, उनके ग्रेड्स अच्छे नहीं आ रहे थे, तो उन्होंने अपनी बेटी को कहा तुमने मुझे ऐसा कोई रिजल्ट ही नहीं दिया कि मैं अपनी फेसबुक पे डाल सकता. तो उस बच्ची ने पढ़ना शुरू कर दिया और उसके रिजल्ट्स बेहतर हो गए. तो इन दो दुनियाओं को, इन दो स्कूल्स ऑफ थॉट को ब्रिज करने के लिए डॉक्टर साहब हम क्या कर सकते हैं?
उस बच्चे की जगह मेरी तरह की कोई बच्ची होती तो कहती कि अच्छा डील विद इट. ओके, दो तीन चीजें मेरा ख्याल है हमें यहाँ वापस कनेक्ट कर लेनी चाहिए. देयर वर टू वर्ड्स यूज्ड इन द मॉर्निंग टॉक एंड बाय यू एज वेल. दैट वाज एजेंसी. Comparing a child with the children around, or telling the child that you are in competition with others, ये बहुत देर से है और बहुत देर रहा है. I think what we are talking today is beyond that. That no child is in competition with another child. Yes, a child is in competition with yesterday, but not with somebody else. This is where we all are together. Second point जो हमें मिस नहीं करना है, that is agency of the child. The pedagogy and assessment model that I proposed for Pakistani classrooms and parents, इसमें दो बहुत important चीजें. In the early years education, when it is a child in psychological terms, अभी वो under the age of 13 है, you need an adult to be with the child and then take agency that what options the school is providing and what are they choosing for their children, right? ہم پیرنٹس کو ریزلٹ ڈے پہ بلا رہے ہیں. While in the latest pedagogy, the parent has to be there in the beginning of the term with the teacher in early years, right? And then choose a pathway and then go on with the teacher and see how the child is progressing. Giving agency to the child, میں ابھی ریسنٹلی جس اسکول کے ساتھ اسکول سسٹم کے ساتھ کام کری تھی, we asked children to prepare their own assessment tool. And they made such nice assessment tools. Then I brought this back to my grad students. And I asked my students to prepare a question for themselves, which they are going to solve at the end of the day. So providing that agency to the learner and then letting the learner go towards that metacognition level. وہ خود کو اسیس کر رہا ہے, دیٹ از میٹاکوگنیشن, ورنہ تو پھر ہم کوگنیشن سے آگے نہیں جائیں.
آپ بالکل ٹھیک کہہ رہی ہیں, لیکن مجھے جہاں آپ کی بات میں ایک باریک نقطہ نظر آیا وہ شاید یہ بھی تھا کہ جب آپ نے ایک بات کی کہ جو بچہ ہے آپ 13 ایئرس تک دیکھ لیں, اس میں اس ایڈلٹ کا ہونا, دا کمپیٹنٹ ایڈلٹ, تو یہ بڑی امپورٹنٹ بات ہے. آپ نے اس کو ایجنسی لرننگ میں دینی ہے, لیکن وہ جو پیرنٹس والی بات کی وہ ہم کل بھی کر رہے تھے. اگر ایک بچہ گھر میں 10 گھنٹے اسکرین ٹائم پہ ہے, اگر وہ بچہ اس کے کھانے پینے کے حالات خراب ہیں, اس کو نیوٹریشن, پاکستان میں بائی دا وے جو ہم بات کرتے ہیں کہ ہمارے بچے سٹنٹڈ ہیں, تو وہ جو سروے ہوا تھا تو وہ سٹنٹڈ بچوں میں سے بڑی ساری پاپولیشن اسلام آباد کے اندر تھی. آپ کی بڑی یور پلیٹس آر فل بٹ دے آر ناٹ نیوٹریئنٹ ڈینس, دیر نیوٹریشن پور, اور وہ سب کوگنیشن پہ ہوتا ہے. اگر آپ کو میرے جیسا ماں باپ, اگر میں آپ کو ایک بچہ بھیجتی ہوں جس کو میں کاربس خالی کھلا رہی ہوں یا جنک کھلا رہی ہوں, اس کے سونے جاگنے کی ٹائمنگز نہیں ہیں, آپ کیا کر لیں گے اس کے
انٹلیکچوئل
ساتھ؟
کیپیسٹی ول بی
آپ
افیکٹڈ,
بالکل کچھ نہیں اسکول بیچارہ کر سکتا. تو دس از ویئر پیرنٹس کم ان, لائک یو سیڈ. اینڈ اگین جو میں نے پڑھا ہے ابھی تک, جو مجھے سمجھ میں آئی ہے کہ چلڈرن آلسو تھرائیو آن سیکورٹی اینڈ روٹینس. ان کو ایک وہ ایڈلٹ, کمپیٹنٹ ایڈلٹ چاہیے. ان کو یہ پتا ہونا چاہیے کہ اب مجھے کھانا ملے گا, اب میرے جاگنے کا ٹائم ہے, اب میرے سونے کا ٹائم ہے, اب میرا باتھ ٹائم ہے. تو یہ جو کئی دفعہ ہم سوچتے ہیں کہ ایجنسی کا مطلب ہے کہ ان کو چھوڑ دو ان کے اوپر, تو آئی تھنک وہ ایک آپ نے بہت باریک نقطہ اٹھایا ہے, وچ از ویری ویری انٹرسٹنگ, اینڈ آئی ایم سو گلیڈ یو ڈیڈ. اینڈ بائی دا وے, فار دوز ہو آر انٹرسٹیڈ, دیر از اے لاٹ آف لٹریچر اراؤنڈ اٹ اینڈ ویری ایکسیسیبل, میرے جیسے بندے کو بھی سمجھ آ جاتا ہے. تو ون آف مائی فیوریٹ آتھرز دیز ڈیز از جوناتھن ہائٹ. آپ ان کی کتابیں دیکھ لیں, ان کی نہیں تو ٹاکس بھی اویلیبل ہیں. ہی ٹاکس اباؤٹ coddling of the American mind, the anxious generation. Then another nice book has come out which is called The Happiness Hypothesis, jo hame help karegi. So very very interesting stuff going on. A lot of research has been done, so a lot of questions or knowledge bases there جس پہ ہم build کر سکتے ہیں. تو اب میں واپس آؤں گی جو ستارہ نے بات کی تھی, جو بڑی انٹرسٹنگ تھی, اور آپ سے ہم دوبارہ بات کریں گے. آپ ہمیں یہ بتائیں, اسد کے 20 سال کے بعد کوئی نوکری نہیں ہوگی, آپشنل ہوگا, پیسے کہاں سے ملیں گے ہمیں؟
دیکھیں دیٹس اے ویری امپورٹنٹ تھنگ. اگر آپ اس کو بریک اپ کریں 20 سال کے بعد نوکری کیوں نہیں ہوگی, سو وی آر ٹیکنیکلی سیئنگ کہ 20 سال کے بعد جی ڈی پی نہیں ہوگا, اکانومیز, پروڈکٹیوٹی نہیں.
The idea is that employment will be a choice.
جی جی, میں
It's not that it won't be there, it will be a choice.
میں اسی چیز پہ آ رہا تھا. دیکھیں, سو employment is a choice, so it's the how part. Whether I am my own business owner, whether I am running my own shop, I want to work flexible, I want to work remotely, I want to work at an organization, I want to work for multiple organizations. There is a concept of freelancing. Aapne dekha Pakistan is the 4th largest freelancing generation. So what we foresee going forward is that there is no technology that is going to take away jobs. It is only going to create new jobs and make certain jobs redundant, which are repetitive, which can be done through technology. For example, aaj se 20 saal pehle, 25 saal pehle, when technology wasn't there, so the best part about being a professional accountant was that how good you are on the calculator and you don't make mistakes. Then the next stage was that how good you are in terms of drawing the financial statements. Now, then the next part was that how good you are in terms of drawing analysis or creating trends, understanding for the businesses to make strategic decisions. Now you are a partner in strategic decision making. So देखें, we have to understand कि future skills जो पाकिस्तान के लिए ज़रूरी हैं और जो professional accounting में by default built in है. Number one, use of technology. That's part of every profession. Technology के अंदर what is AI bringing in? AI is bringing, what is the difference between AI and human intelligence? मेरे हिसाब से basic तरीन difference is that human intelligence cannot at um, uh, at once collate all the information which is in the brain. It takes batches, it takes time to retrieve that information. LLM, which is chat GPT, which is AI, is going to help you retrieve that information. So ye retrieval bit hai. Next is the predictive part. So based on the analytical part, can we predict कि पिछले पैटर्न में क्रॉप्स ग्रोइंग सीजन क्या था, किस टाइम पे सीड ग्रो करना चाहिए, किस टाइप का सीड ग्रो करना चाहिए, when the rains will happen, when you will have the irrigation happening. So that sort of information is what going to help. So professional accountant यही काम अपनी productivity के लिए भी करते हैं, यही काम वो अपनी people management के लिए भी करते हैं, यही काम वो अपने customers के लिए भी कर रहे हैं, यही काम वो अपने creditors के लिए भी कर रहे हैं. So jobs will grow, the types of jobs will change. How we do those, the ways of working, they will change. We started with physical, in COVID it was digital, now it's hybrid. Going forward, it could be back to physical, it could be back to hybrid. And last but not the least, I think the most important point for us to understand is that we now have the Gen Beta that we have to look at. We have seen baby boomers, we have seen the generation X. Today we are grappling with Gen Z, then we have Gen Alpha, or अब Gen Beta भी आ रही. They have more information, they have more purpose, they have more clarity on how to manage their time. So the onus is on us to make them productive citizens. They know what they have to do. So probably, you say, I'm going to make a very bold statement, even from ACC. Our businesses, our operations are under threat if we are not able to meet their needs and create that a future productive citizen that is going to be the value creator for your nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really insightful. And I think what I've heard from a lot of, as you know, I'm going to plug in what Cambridge does. So Cambridge has been producing, the most future-ready people. When I talk about Cambridge, I mean Cambridge University, the future, what the father of AI, Jeffrey Hinton, is from Cambridge. But आप जब इन सारे लोगों को सुनेंगे तो मुझे जो synthesize करके समझ में आई है, they want us to be more human. जो हमारी human qualities of working together, of ethics, of collaboration, वो सब की सब जो हैं, वो AI एक हद से ज़्यादा वहाँ तक नहीं पहुँच सकेगा, और अगर पहुँचेगा तो फिर आपका अपना नुकसान है. You need to be smarter than the system that you have created. और वो जो थोड़ी सी हमारे पे, आपने शायद एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग मिसाल लम्स के एक प्रोफेसर ने दी थी कि a lot of you might have seen this movie called Planet of the Apes. वो एक्चुअली एक बुक थी, and some of us who had brothers grew up watching it on repeat and did not like it. कि बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया. बट इवेंचुअली क्या हुआ था, ह्यूमंस बिकेम सो लेजी कि उन्होंने सारा कुछ जो था उनको दे दिया था, डेलीगेट कर दिया था, और फिर हमने सोचना छोड़ दिया था. तो अभी जो चीज़ हमारे लिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हम सोचना छोड़ नहीं सकते, अभी हमें मजीद सोचना है ज़्यादा. पहले तो बाय डिफॉल्ट होता था, अब बाय डिज़ाइन एंड बाय रिफ्लेक्शन करना पड़ेगा. So thank you so much. It was such an insightful conversation. I learned a lot. And I'm sure our teachers around here, you've been very nice, patient listeners. And we have to take 3 questions. हमें आपस में बातों में इतना मजा आ रहा था कि I think we ran over time. So I think people are already raising their hands. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I wanted to face my panel right here. First of all, congratulations to each one of you for hosting a very inciting panel. And just a little bit of a take home out of some of the conversations that you had. from threads out of Sitara's conversation. We were discussing rethinking assessments and placements. I think it's time to rethink the learning outcomes out of assessments and placements rather than debate assessments. You see, until the grade 4 within our own schools at the Millennium Education, we're not benchmarking our learning outcomes to exams or assessments. Base तो हम बना देते हैं ना, जो each one of us focuses कि हमने बच्चे की base बनानी है. Grade 4 तक enough time है कि हम उसकी base बनाएं. And then of course, in grade 5, whether it's Pearson's I Primary or onwards, Cambridge checkpoints, exam is one form which is part of a certain qualification. It is a parent's prerogative that he or she, whether they want to opt for Cambridge or IB qualification or any other philosophy or local stream. I think it's enough to debate it. It's important for us as learner agency agents. It's important for us to focus on the service. Because when we talk about agency, we have to look into ourselves as agents. And as agents, what is that we provide? We provide service. लेकिन service तो हर industry बाहर दे रही है. हर school बाहर service दे रहा है. It's not just the Millennium Education. What is going to make this service different? There's one art to it, and that is called hospitality. You have to embed hospitality as an art in your personality. It is the attitude of hospitality that will make the service different, that will make the memory of the learning journey different when we look at every child's perspective. You will stand tall as a classroom practitioner based on your service where you embed hospitality. Hospitality is an attitude. The world offers it. Each and every industry offers it. We have to offer it as well. How an admission officer welcomes a parent when he or she walks into your school for the first time, they do expect hospitality. It is part of our culture. पानी का ग्लास पूछ लें, बैठें, कैसे आप, how's your day been, blah, blah. Just a basic conversation, good attitude, positive attitude. Hospitality is expected of principals as well. Hospitality is expected of the teachers as well. So let's focus on the service rather than rethink assessments. Don't worry about assessments. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has created options. A-levels, Cambridge, Pearson, B.Tech, equivalent to A-levels. There are no exams to that. Constant assessments and assignments is a particular framework recognized by IBCC. Why am I saying that? Yes, I'm a sponsor of K-12 education, but when I look at the transnational model that we offer in Pakistan, which is under the umbrella of the Millennium Universal Colleges, there's phenomenal opportunity for every child. So don't worry. Do not let your children develop this anxiety about assessment. Give them the comfort. Beta, it's all right. Let's focus on this particular unit. Picking up Sidara's thread, कि exam तो आखिर में आता है ना, unit है, chapter है. Each and every unit and chapter has an assessment at the end. If he or she is performing well in that particular assessment, naturally, they will do phenomenal at the end of the term. So step by step. And when coming back to transnational education, NCC's foundation, B.Tech's, Pearson's B.Tech, these are all, and even undergrad, there are universities which are now do not have exams, but have assignments and courseworks to themselves. So please do not let your children become overwhelmed. Educate them. You have to learn yourselves to educate them. You have to believe in the fact that these are different qualifications And yes, they're provided by by the most profound and most reputable authorities, exam bodies of the world, and they have created different forms of qualifications, certifications, and ongoing systems of undergrad and postgrad degrees. So there's a variety which is now being offered in academia, and it does not end on exam only. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We now only have time for one last question.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Sundus Khan from the Kingston campus, and I have a question for all of you. You rightfully pointed out that these days, it's in Pakistan especially, education is not just about educating the child, it's educating the family. You have to convince the parents, make them sit in, like Dr. Afsha mentioned, that sit through the process of teaching, not only just early years, far ahead, they should become a part of the observations. What say, Ma'am Sadia Kashif? Be there, watch us teach, and then they'll be confident about whether rethinking assessments and placements and whatsoever goes on, and they're able to understand all of this. Sometimes it becomes really hard for us to convince the parents. So what do you have to say about that? What opportunities do we give to the parents? We have such a forum. Do parents have such a forum where they are educated about the system? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saba.
The school system that I don't want to name right now, with which I'm doing this, actually this consultancy, that how do we involve parents and how do we develop the portfolios of every child, and how do we. Thank you for saying that. We usually have open days, as we call them open days, but they are not actually open. The open day is an open conversation between parents and the teachers and school administration as well. Very rightly said, the way we are sitting here today, we are talking to each other, we are taking questions. We do not have a tradition of having such platforms where teachers and parents interact. In the model of early years education, we do have this framework given, which says that in every term, beginning of the term, there will be classroom-based discussions with the parents. In the mid of the term, there will be an open day. And during that open day, every parent knows, as she said, this is a very personal thing for every child and for parents, that their children should not be compared with others, but they know the profile of their child. So they sit together in this kind of a setup, they talk to each other, and by the end of the semester, the teachers do not only write the assessment report, the parent also writes a section of it.
Wow. Thank you so much. That's really powerful. And yes, please.
See, just one addition. I think parents also need to be informed and made aware about the opportunities out there. So, what does it mean for an analytical child? It's not just being an engineer. It's not just being an accountant. You can still be an architect. You can still be an artist. You can still be a digital, web developer. You could be somebody who's creating a digital strategy. You are somebody who's creating a digital marketplace. So there are so new avenues opening up, which we as parents are unaware of, and we feel that the competition is growing. You see, competition is not growing, the population is growing. The competition will remain the same. When the population grows, simultaneously the productivity and the world economies are growing. With that growth of economy, the opportunities and the type of opportunities are growing. So please work. I'd request all the school systems to create a map of current opportunities and how we, while being relevant to the global context, everybody wants to move and work abroad, but you can do the same thing while working in Pakistan. So please, opportunity. Just one thing for the parents to understand, and the best thing that a parent can do for the children is to help them manage their time, become disciplined, and nothing else. Step away.
Thank you. That's a parent speaking right
one
there.
last comment.
So I think हम over time हैं, तो इस वजह से I'm sorry I'm going because we haven't been able to take questions. एक बड़ा important point मुझे remind कराया गया, which I really want to say again. Please think about sustainability, green skills, and green economy. I think this is the one thing that is going to stay always. We have to be sustainable. We have to make our children sustainable. अगर आप 5 साल के बच्चे को ये सिखाएंगे या 4 साल के बच्चे को टू बी इन्वायरमेंटली अवेयर, जो कि हम नहीं थे, तो फिर आपको उसको दोबारा से सिखाना नहीं पड़ेगा. And again, there's a lot of opportunity in all of that. So I think that discussion we will have for another time. Really enjoyed learning from all of you, hearing from Anna and the very insightful questions. I leave this place far better informed than I came here. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Faisal. Thank you, Roots Millennium, for giving us this opportunity, which we rarely get. So thank you, everyone, and over to the next panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for an extremely insightful panel discussion. Thank you so much, Ms. Ms. Uzma Yusuf. Dr. Faisal, please may I request you to join us on the stage. Mr. Abbas Hussain, Ms. Iram Atif, can you please join us on the stage? Ma'am Anna Faisal, can you please join us on the stage to give away mementos to a very, very exciting panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Miss Uzma Yusuf, Country Director, Cambridge International Education. Another round of applause for Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, CEO, Head of ACCA Pakistan. Ms. Afsha Huma, author, educator, and psychologist. She's also a fantastic faculty who teaches our MA education program with the Millennium Universal College. And I'm sure some of you are her students here as well. Thank you, Ms. Afsha. Ms. Sitara Fareed, the Millennium Education, from the Millennium Education Group, our head of DIQCA. Ms. Sitara Fareed, everybody. And special thanks to Ms. Sadia Kashif, who stepped in very gracefully at the last minute for the panel because unfortunately one of the panelists could not make it. Thank you, Ms. Sadia. She's leading our school evaluation and enhancement department. Thank you very much indeed. We now move on.
As we now move on, thank you very much, Mrs. Ma Yusuf. We look forward to take on our partnership to next level. Thank you very much, panelists. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us, Anna, please stay here. We have with us, you must have heard about that famous singer Coldplay. आप लोग खैर राहत फ़तेह अली खान सुनने वाले हैं. आपको क्या पता Coldplay क्या है? Coldplay का किसको पता है? अच्छा, Coldplay के अंदर होता है, बैठे. Coldplay के अंदर होता है किस कैमरा. Uzma. So, because we have to be compliant, culturally compliant, so we have a Miss Cam. Not a kiss cam, but Miss Cam. Yumna, please show our Miss Cam. Uzma, ye zara dekhe hum. Idhar aaye na. They have got some teachers doing some missing work. Dikhaएं जी. Miss Cam. Well done. Good job. Usman, Abasa, please come here. Now we have signed up with Kalpe. Kalpe is a financial inclusion company. ये आपको 10 लाख रुपए का लोन विदाउट एनी गारंटी, कोई चीज गिरवी रखे बगैर, सोना, घर, हस्बैंड, बगैर गिरवी रखे ये आपको 10 लाख रुपए का लोन देंगे। कुछ भी नहीं करना, खाली आपने इनको बताना है कि आप जिंदा हैं, नंबर 2 आप मिलेनियम एजुकेशन के एम्प्लॉइज हैं। ये 10 लाख रुपए आपको देंगे और ये आपके बच्चों की एजुकेशन और या घर पे सोलर पैनल लगाना है और या तीसरी चीज ईवी बाइक्स के लिए देंगे। वी वांट ऑल आवर टीचर्स टू कम टू वर्क ऑन ईवी बाइक्स एंड दीज आर द ईवी बाइक्स, दीज आर योर टीचर्स, these are the bikes, this is your mode of transport, these are your teachers and they are driving these EV bikes and this company Kalpe will finance these EV bikes। ये 1,25,30,000 के और मुफ्त हैं। ड्राइवर की जान छोड़े, राइड हेलिंग वेबसाइट्स की जान छोड़े और लोगों की मिन्नतें करना छोड़े, अपनी पसंद का ईवी बाइक ले और स्कूल आए। जी टर्न अराउंड, इसको चला के दिखाएं। These are your teachers, they have volunteered। So Kalpe and together with Mobilink Microfinance Bank, they will give you up to 1 million unsecured loan, number 2 money for solars, number 3 money for EVs। So आप मैडम एक सेकंड, आप किस स्कूल की टीचर हैं?
I'm from Greenwich campus.
So do you have a EV bike?
It's so good. It's so comfortable.
आप बाइक चला के आती हैं स्कूल?
Yes, I come to school every day on my scooty.
On your scooty, Greenwich campus. Ma'am, who are you? Thank you. Who are you?
I'm Nayab. Okay, and I'm from head office. और मैंने अभी स्कूटी ली है, अपनी like 2 months हुए हैं और मैं रोज इसी पे आती हूँ।
Head office scooty पे आती हो। So this is the future, and it's not like that it is a joke. This is the future. कल पे एक कंपनी है, उनका भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। And I would also like to thank Habib Metro and Zohair Islam Saab. Thank you very much for your kind support and sponsorship. A huge round of applause for Habib Metro, Zohair Islam Saab, and a round of applause for Maroof International Hospital for setting up their well-being centers across our school. So there will be a nursing facility and a well-being facility. Sher Shah, the CEO of Kalpe, thank you. We look forward working with you. वो नबील वो लगाइएगा, वो एक चीज वो जो मैंने आपको इमेजेस दी थी, जस्ट क्विकली हाउसकीपिंग। नबील जो मैंने आपको एक फोल्डर दिया था, I would like to pay just quickly rich tribute to our colleague. Her name is Shabana Nasir. She was the vice principal of Future World School, DHFA 6 in Lahore. She passed away after battling cancer. So she just passed away about 2 weeks ago. I would like to pay a rich tribute to her and her services and legacy. Also another colleague, Mr. Masood Khan from our roots, Harley Street, he passed away. I would like to pay rich tributes to his services to the company for 25 years. Another colleague, Mr. Hassan, he passed away serving our finance department for more than 25 years. आगे चले, I would like people to know, आगे चले images पे. I would like people to know that images वो जो आपको दिए हुए थे, नबील, वो जो images. And we are continuously building purpose-built schools. ये देखते रहें जी, दबाते रहें. This is the top city campus. You are the only education group in the country. In this economy, it's only building purpose-built infrastructure. मतलब modern day facilities. पाकिस्तान में मतलब होटल से बेहतर हमारी facilities हैं. This is DHA Phase 5. This is Gulberg Green. आप देखें कितनी मेहनत, कितनी resources, कितने पैसे लगते हैं इन इदारों को बनाने में. आगे पीछे रह क्या जाता है एक टीचर और एजुकेशन. एंड आप लोगों को क्वालिटी ऑफ टीचिंग पे इन्वेस्ट करनी है जी. यू बिलोंग टू दिस ग्रुप इज डूइंग इनोवेटिव. छतों पे सोलर, हाथ में ईवी बाइक्स, फाइनेंशियल वॉलेट्स, लिटरेसी, एम्पावरमेंट, नॉलेज, एडटेक, इनोवेशन. और हम आपको क्या दें मुझे बताएं. शादी से पहले राब्ता किया होता तो मशवरा भी दे देते. आगे चले. किंग्सबरी कैंपस, इंडस कैंपस, Marble Arch, Miss Sobia Saifullah is doing a great job, well done. Oxbridge campus, Miss Nausheen, well done. River Tree, Miss Nazma Khattak, keep it up. जी. Regents Park campus में भी नई dynamic head आई हैं. मुल्तान, Miss Saira Kakwani, keep it up. लाहौर, मैम शाजिया हसनात. आप देख ले, यूनिवर्सिटी डॉक्टर हुमा बकाई एक इदारा भी किराए के घर पे नहीं खोल रहे. सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड कर रहे हैं आप लोगों के लिए. सियालकोट कैंपस. एंड इस तरीके से आप देखते रहें कि कितना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. खैबर कैंपस, मलिया अरबाब, कीप इट अप, वेल डन. एंड बहरिया टाउन, रावलपिंडी, कलीम राजपूत साहब, वेरी गुड लीडरशिप, वेरी गुड लीडरशिप जी. दैट्स इट, डन. सो ऑल्सो वो दूसरे इमेजेस लगाइएगा. एंड कंपनी इज कंटिन्यूसली इंडक्टिंग पीपल. वो दिखाइएगा इमेज. So CFO, Chief Financial Officer, is from the Mobilik and Jazz Group, a corporate sector professional, a chartered accountant. He has joined your group. Mr. Chief Technology Officer, 30 years of experience, Aslam Sharif. He has joined your group. He has more than 40 years of experience. Rashid Ali, Head of Procurement, Supply Chain and Sourcing, joined your group. Sitara Fareed, Head of Teaching and Learning, has joined your group. Sadia Kashif, School Evaluation, Senior Manager, she's joined your group. We are bringing Miss Amna Saleh, has joined the group. She has done a great job at TMUC over the last 5 years. Miss Maryam Qasim, she has joined the TMUC. Ambassador Masood Khan, former president to Azad Kashmir and Pakistan's ambassador in Washington and Beijing, is your president of university. Pakistan's most eminent scholar, Professor Dr. Huma Bakai, is your vice chancellor. आप मुझे बताओ पाकिस्तान में और मैं कहां से टैलेंट लेके आऊं. I have brought the first best people here in the company now, like Jack Ma says. Jack Ma से किसी ने पूछा the Chinese Alibaba guy कि आप क्या करते हो, तो Jack Ma ने कहा I hire the right people, number 2 I fire the wrong people. और उसने पूछा कि बीच में क्या करते हो, उसने कहा बीच में I manage their conflicts. When you hire the best people, they have independent ideas, they have independent mind, अपनी सोच के होते हैं, तो नजरियाती होते हैं, इसलिए उनके conflict resolution करनी होती है. So we look forward to that. Thank you so much. We have Mr. Kamran Rizvi, an inspirational coach and OD consultant with us. We have Ma'am Nigar Nazar, Pakistan's most celebrated, decorated national cartoonist, author, pioneer of Gogi Studio. Miss Nigar Nazar, you are a teacher who shares her journey through storytelling and how you draw, and your drawing and your illustrations, they say it all. With a very warm welcome, we now invite the one and the only Nigar Nazar, the first female cartoonist of the Muslim world, the first female cartoonist of Pakistan, the first female cartoonist of South Asia. Nigar Nazar. Thank you.
میرے کارٹونز کا مرکزی کردار ایک لڑکی ہے جو کہ پڑھی لکھی تعلیم یافتہ جذبہ رکھنے والی کہ اپنے ملک کے لیے کچھ کرنا ہے. اس کا نام ہے گوگی. اگر آپ ایک کام دکھا رہے ہیں 1 2 3 5 تو ادھر سے کہاں بلند ہوتا ہے, تو ایک کارٹونسٹ کے لیے تو میوزک ٹو مائی ایئرز والی بات ہے نا. آپ اگر کسی کو انٹرٹین کریں, ہنسائیں کارٹون کے ذریعے, تو پھر اس کے بعد آپ ایک میسج سلپ ان کر دیں تو اس کا بہت اثر ہوتا ہے. ہمیشہ یہ خواہش ہوتی تھی کہ ہماری اپنی بھی کوئی کامک سٹرپس ہوں, کوئی اپنی بھی کامک بکس ہوں, کیوں نہ میں خود ہی بناؤں. انسپریشن یہی تھا کہ گوگی کے ذریعے میں خواتین یا بچیوں کا ایک پوائنٹ آف ویو پروجیکٹ کروں. ایک زمانے میں بہت طالبان کا زور تھا, اس پہ بھی بنایا. سب کہتے تھے وہ تمہارا قیمہ بنا دیں گے. ایسے چلیں دیکھی جائے گی کیا ہوتا ہے. لیکن یہ زندہ کہانیاں تھیں, یہ ساری ہمارے اطراف ہو رہی تھیں. ہم کوشش کرتے رہتے ہیں کریٹو لوگ کہ تھوڑا سا فرق ڈال دیں, تھوڑا سا ڈینٹ ڈال دیں اپنے کام سے. اور مجھے تو بہت خوشی ہے کہ میرے کام سے بیہیویئر چینج آیا ہے, جس کی مجھے ٹیسٹیمونیلز ملے. تو وہ جب طاہرہ نے پڑھی تو اندر سے طاہرہ کے اندر کوئی ایسا جذبہ جو ہے نا ابھرا کہ اس نے اپنے ماں باپ کو دائیں بائیں بٹھائے اور کہا یہ سنے کہانی. تو پھر طاہرہ کے والد نے کہا کہ ٹھیک ہے, کل سے تم بھی اسکول جاؤ گے. آپ سوچیں طاہرہ کی زندگی میں جو تبدیلی آئی ایک کتاب پڑھنے سے. کتابوں سے امپیکٹ پڑ سکتا ہے, کارٹون سے امپیکٹ پڑ سکتا ہے.
Ma'am, Miss Nigar Nazar, please. Another round of warm applause for her.
To this august gathering of ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a very heartfelt Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here among such learners and teachers, professionals, scholars, ambassadors, and of course, motivating professionals who I have been listening to since morning. In fact, I have to tell this joke, although the banker has gone, Mr. Umar from JS Bank, he was saying that Islamabad has become a cashless city. So I think کہ اب فقیر بھی کہیں گے کوئی بات نہیں میڈم, بیگ میں پیسے نہیں ہیں, یہ لے مشین, پوسٹ مشین, اس پہ اپنا کارڈ انسرٹ کر کے ہمیں خیرات دے دیں. That's very possible. I'm always getting these ideas, these cartoon ideas, when I see the world around me and see what's happening. So what I'm going to do now is, because it's 45 years of work with staggered gaps because of my husband's postings from the Foreign Office as a diplomatic wife, but I carried on and tried to stick to my guns. So what I'll do is I picked out from my archives cartoons related to you, teachers, and of course, students. So I'm going to start with, on a lighter note, to show you those cartoons, share them with you, and then go on to how this journey took me from comic strips in the press, newspapers, to books. And why? Why books? Today's readers, tomorrow's leaders is another thing. But I didn't do that. I did cartoons, I did comic books. ज़्यादा तस्वीर और कम तहरीर. Easy read. So shall we show them the cartoons then? Okay, so this is the first one. Gogi is taking interview to screen off too many applications for admission in nursery of all the places. It's like a CSS exam for a child. Okay, so now then, what is your name? And the little boy is saying, Anwar, don't. Next. Anwar, don't. Next. Yes, I've never heard my mother call me anything else. Next cartoon. Oh, so you go to school? Do you go to school? And the little girl says, no, I'm sent. Next. Wizarat-e-Sehat ki bus ja rahi hai. And look at the emissions. Just look at the emission. The poor child in the front seat of the motorbike and the dad taking the child to school. And then what happens next? Are, tum kaun ho? He's all darkened. The whole emission has darkened his face out of recognition. Next. Okay. So poor Ahmed, he came so late from a marriage last night. हमेशा शादियां बहुत देर से खिलाते हैं, बहुत देर से घर जाते हैं लोग. So and he says, he just came very late from the marriage last night. And the next, he couldn't even sleep in class. No? Why? The next. Because the teacher was talking too loudly. Okay, so this is female education, a survey. I won't read the top, but I'll just tell you what it says down where the Gogi has gone for a census and asking questions. And the Maulvi says, women should be imparted enough education to be able to read the Quran, period. And then she asks, so what else should they read besides the Quran? And he says, religious books. So why are you so opposed to formal education for women? And he says, they are more intelligent and they surpass us men. Next. Now, how did I start? Who was my first teacher? How did I get there? There were no academies. Still, there aren't any academies, departments, or universities where they teach comic art. And so I had graduated from Government College Rawalpindi and went to Karachi where my parents were, and I joined the Arts Council, and Sadakan used to be up on the top floor, sitting on the floor, painting. And we used to go and see how he's working and so on. And he would come down to the bookshop for his cigarette or whatever. And Aziz, cartoonist, the top cartoonist at that time in the morning news, would come and visit him. And I was there too. And he said, Nigar, because he got to know this girl who's trying to learn cartooning, and there is no section or academy or department of cartooning. So he said, Nigar, have you learned cartooning? I said, not really. So he said, listen, I'll sit down and Aziz is going to draw me, and this is your first demonstration. So he held his cigarette as usual, and he just sat and sat and sat until the cigarette came between his hands, almost to his fingers. And he said, Aziz, hurry up, otherwise my fingers are going to burn. And this is what Aziz made. It's brilliant. And then he signed it, and Aziz signed it, and he insisted that I sign it. This was my first demonstration in drawing caricatures. Sadikan. And then, of course, marriage, and it took me from country to country, from Turkey, the very first posting, and I did cartoons in Turkish. So I was always volunteering, just drawing the cartoons that were translated into Turkish. Sabah Gazetesi was the leading newspaper, and they appeared in that newspaper. Gogi in Turkish language. Next. Gogi in England. So that was easy because it was all English. And so they said, this is the first time in the diplomatic corps that we've got a woman, a wife, who is a professional cartoonist. And so they did Lots of interviews. Thank you. Buses. So Gogi jumps on the bus. So I was drawing cartoons for the press, and then I got this opportunity to do the Varan bus. If you remember, have any of you ever seen those Varan buses? Oh, you have. So you do remember. So, but then after that, 13 buses later, after a gap of good 6-7 years, Gogi was on 5 buses on climate change in the Faisalabad University, as well as 2 buses in the Fatma Jinnah Women University. And they were brilliant because what I learned, actually, I'm a learner just like you. I learned so much about climate change and how it's going to be affecting women. And what I found out was that it's going to give us a shortage of water. And you have seen the typical scenes of women carrying water on their heads in the pictures. Matko mein, they go from the source of water all the way back to their village to wash the dishes or wash the clothes and whatever. So the shortage of water was very serious. So I said, it was the Australian embassy, and they said, pick what you want. I said, water shortage and the effect it's having or will have on women. So I did one bus, which was the most popular, Mugya Pani, Khatam Kahani. Okay? So right at the bottom, you see me and Gogi pointing out that wo banda ghusl khane se ek katra tapak raha hai, and he's so angry. He's so angry why I can't take a bath. And of course, the rest of the bus carries वो सालन पका रही है तो वो जल रहा है, पानी नहीं है डालने को. कपड़े धो रही है, पानी आखिरी कतरा आया है, कपड़े ही नहीं धुल सकते. So it is very serious. So this was the climate change buses I did, with every bus having a different message, and every bus tried to make it funny. It's not funny, but I tried to make it funny. In the next. So then it was hospitals. I went into hospitals. I saw people sitting for hours waiting for their turn. It's a normal thing, but I said, listen, they could be looking at something, especially the children's ward, the emergency ward. So I did these cartoons for the emergency ward, 23 of them for the largest children hospital in Islamabad, the PIMS. So they had all these murals, and my very heartwarming remark was from my own maid, who came home one day very excited, saying that she took her child to the hospital, and guess what? I saw your cartoons, madam. Aapka cartoon, Gogi ka cartoon laga hua tha. And I said, good one, that's nice. So the next is about, next please. Now we're talking about cancer, children with cancer. Maybe खुदा ना करे आपके घर में खानदान में जानने वालों में कोई बच्चा हो जो जिसका कैंसर है, but I was approached by this UK based NGO who said that we're doing books. It's a Pakistani doctor, Muneeb Khan, and he said, listen, we want you to do comic books. That's what you do. That's what we want you to do. Please, we will give you the data. You do the comics. So Gogi is with Alabash and Felabash, the two twin elephants, who get to learn through Gogi how to change their lifestyle to prevent cancer. It's such a fun book to read. Their text is good, their script is good. I was laughing through it, and it was fun getting this into black and white. So there are going to be 12 books, 12 comic books for every month of the year, as an intervention to the medical treatment of cancer and how to avoid it. That's the best thing. The next. Then Gogi comes to life. So Gogi comes to life when I realized that it was having an impact. Because you see, Gogi has always been moderate and modest. She has never touched or talked about how to make millions. She doesn't toe any party lines. She only toes the poverty line. You would notice in the cartoons that Gogi has always concerned herself with travails of the common people. People getting squeezed in Suzukis. People breaking their necks over speed breakers. Pensioners having to bribe clerks to get their dues. people getting worried for the admission of their unborn child in KG, so on and so forth. Among all the tragedies, Gogi tries to bring out the comic situation to help you laugh a little bit, if not to bits. Live a little, laugh a little. And you wouldn't laugh to bits because I haven't touched the hot subjects. Gogi has been in and out of Pakistan on our postings, as I mentioned. You wouldn't have seen her persistent presence in the press, etc. But I have to confess, homecoming has always been a joy. One feels the ownership and oh, so much freedom in our own country. What pleasure, because we do have Padhe Likhe Jahil. I mean, this institution, this whole platform is about learning, excelling, professionalism, and all that. But there are educated people who really behave pathetically. So what a pleasure to see your neighbor block the road to put up a shamiana for the son's walima. Such a pleasure to chuck out your household garbage over the boundary wall. How delightful to stop your car in the middle of the night on the road to have a chat with to just stop the car and have a chat with a friend you haven't seen for a long time. And what about the loud honk of your neighbor's car to enter the gate in the dead of night? It is such a pleasure to attract the attention of the police when you are on a motorbike and not a Pajero, and to get your taxes deducted from your meager salary to help the nice people on the top collect billions. You can count all these liberties as blessings. It's your country. And that's what I felt when I was coming back and I realized how much liberty we have in this country. Pakistan, such a freedom. And next. Okay, so these are the books. We'll jump through them. There was one book that did amazingly. It made me change my whole stance on cartooning. I started doing books. And next. Okay, more books and more books. And they're all outside. I'll be signing them for you. And more books. Next. Tree book, Conquering of Climate Change. And of course, the baby's memory book. You have to see this one. And the next. Okay. This is my last book, my most recent book. It's a therapeutic book for nervous people or parents. It's one of those books which we have produced as the adult therapeutic coloring book. Check it out. I'll be there to sign it for you. And of course, this book that changed the girl's life in the humble village of Kadhai. After all those awards, Tamgaye Imtiaz, Tamgaye Fatma Jinnah, Kaza de Asia, this, that, and the other, so many. My most proud document is a letter from the girl who read this book in the village and started going to school the next day at the behest of her parents. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ma'am Nigar Nazar, what an inspiration. And like she said, she'll be autographing her books outside. So you're more than welcome during the lunch break to go and visit her kiosk. Dr. Faisal, Ma'am Iram, Ma'am Anna Faisal, may I please request you to come up to the stage and thank Ms. Nigar for her wonderful presentation and being with us today. Thank you very much. Now, we've been talking about reflection since yesterday. So, reflection, it's just happens in moments of pause, in questions that confront us, and in gentle courage. It takes the courage to ask ourselves, how am I showing up as a teacher, a mentor, a human being? Next, I'm sure you'll all welcome him with a big round of applause. Mr. Kamran Rizvi, a widely credited intellectual thinker and a powerful speaker, powerhouse in himself, is credited with launching the self-improvement and organizational development movement in Pakistan. After 2 decades of international experiences across the UK, Europe, and Middle East and South Asia, he's returned home to establish KZR, a firm dedicated to developing the human spirit within the organizations. With him is his better half. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Kamran Rizvi aapke samne hazir hai, and I must thank Faisal Mushtaq, and I was delighted to see Abbas Hussain, who is teachers development के सबसे बड़े गुरु. मैं बहुत खुश हूं. मैं पहले इनको झप्पी दूंगा, उसके बाद आपसे बातचीत होगी. और Faisal Mushtaq and Hamnawa, you're doing a wonderful job. 15th annual conference, and Alhamdulillah, when I see your faces, I'm energized. आप लोगों को देखकर तो मुझे लग रहा है कि मैं शायद शॉर्ट सर्किट ना हो जाऊं. माशाअल्लाह, तालियां बजा सकते हैं. और इस नौजवान को आप देख रहे हैं, इस नौजवान के साथ ये बुड्ढी जो है, इनसे मेरी अभी हाल में शादी हुई है 4 साल पहले. इनका नाम है
मिसबाह-उन-निसा. अस्सलामु अलैकुम.
जी. और इनको मैं इसलिए लाया हूं क्योंकि मौजू रिफ्लेक्शन है, और वो स्टिक किधर है जी. इस बंदिश से जरा आजाद होकर अगर मैं आपसे मुखातिब हूं तो कितना मजा है. मेरा तारुफ मुख्तसर ये है कि मैं एक तालिब इल्म हूं. आई एम अ स्टूडेंट इन द बिजनेस ऑफ टीचिंग, नंबर 1. और ये जो जवानी का राज है वो ये है कि मैं मुसलसल सीखता रहता हूं आपसे और आप जैसों से, किताबों से और तजुर्बे से. और मौजू मुझे जो दिया गया है उसका ताल्लुक एक तरह से ना सिर्फ रिफ्लेक्शन यानी गौर व फिक्र, लेकिन साथ में रूहानियत से भी है. तो अगर आपसे मैं ये पूछता हूं कि आप क्लासरूम को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने के जो इरादे रखते हैं, क्या आप क्लासरूम को कभी भी ट्रांसफॉर्म कर पाएंगे अगर आप लोगों की क्लास लेते रहेंगे? मेरी तो बड़ी क्लास ली गई है. और ये जो लफ्ज है क्लास रूम, मैं चाहता हूं कि जरा इस पे गौर कीजिएगा. बिकॉज इफ वी वांट टू ट्रांसफॉर्म आवर क्लासरूम्स, we want to acquire a new vocabulary. Because सही मानों में क्लासरूम में हो क्या रहा है? लर्निंग हो रही है. तो अगर एक तालिब इल्म, एक नौजवान, एक बच्चा दाखिल होता है कमरे में, उसको आप क्लास कहेंगे या लर्निंग का एक स्पेस कहेंगे? लर्निंग स्पेस. तो मेरी आप सबसे ये गुजारिश है कि आप इस पे गौर कीजिएगा कि आज से उस हॉल को या कमरे को प्लीज लर्निंग रूम कहना शुरू कर दें. बेशक आपकी लिटरेचर में छपा होगा क्लासरूम, लेकिन लर्निंग रूम कहना शुरू करें. इसकी वजह है, और इसकी जो मेन वजह है वो ये कि आपका माइंडसेट बिल्कुल लैंग्वेज से चल रहा होता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मैं अगर आपसे पूछता हूं कि हु डू यू वर्क फॉर, ठीक है, एक सवाल है, हु डू यू वर्क फॉर. अक्सरियत जो यहां बैठी है वो कहेगी मिलेनियम एजुकेशन. ऐसे ही है? हाथ उठाएं जो लोग कह रहे हैं ऐसे ही है. बस अब आपका माइंडसेट चेंज होना है. व्हाई? बिकॉज when I asked you, who do you work for, में बड़ा फर्क है अगर मैं कहूं, who do you work, जी, तो with, आप, are you working with Millennium Education or are you working for? तालियां हो जाएं, जोरदार तालियां. That's partnership, ठीक है? तो लैंग्वेज बहुत जरूरी है. अच्छा, अब एक और सवाल जो आता है माइंडसेट के हवाले से, और मुझे अभी भी याद है जब मैं क्वेटा गया था, तो मैं ये किस्सा सुना चुका हूँ. जब मैं क्वेटा गया था some years back, एयरपोर्ट में ASF और ये सारा सिलसिला कि भाई आप अपना ट्रॉली बैग रखें, एक्सरे मशीन है, सिक्योरिटी है और ये सारा कुछ. तो उस तरफ एक साहब थे जो वर्दी में थे, पूछते हैं सर आप किधर से हैं? तो मैंने कहा मैं इसी मिट्टी से हूं. मैंने ये कहा और वो शख्स अपना मोर्चा छोड़ के मेरी तरफ तेजी से आया. एंड एज ही अप्रोच मी, मेरी तो ये हालत हो गई, बिकॉज मैंने कहा एक वर्दी में बंदा आ रहा है, मैंने क्या कह दिया है? और मैं क्वेटा में हूं, आप मेरा हुलिया देख रहे हैं, मैं कहीं से भी लोकल नहीं नजर आता आपको, सही है? और फिर उसने आके मुझे गिरफ्त कर लिया, इतनी टाइट कि मेरे वालिद ने कभी ना पकड़ा हो. और अब मुझे एहसास हुआ कि उसने मुझे पकड़ा हुआ है लेकिन वो रो रहा है. अब आप मुझे ये बताएं, मैंने तो सिर्फ ये कहा था कि इसी मिट्टी से हूं. Look at the connection, human connection with that one word. पता ही ये चला, मैं भी इन सिंपैथी रो पड़ा. ना हमने एक लफ्ज एक्सचेंज किया लेकिन एक दूसरे की दिल की धड़कन महसूस की. That is connection. And the one word that changed it, कि मैं इसी मिट्टी से हूं और हम इसी मिट्टी में जाएंगे, इसी मिट्टी से आए हैं. इन्ना लिल्लाहि व इन्ना इलैहि राजिऊन. कितना बड़ा सबक है कि लैंग्वेज कैन ब्रेक बैरियर्स, make connections, and help us genuinely to make a huge difference. As teachers, I think you are the most fortunate lot in this country, or in this society, or in this world, because you are actually creating our future and getting our students to become future ready. और इसके लिए आपको खुद के अंदर भी झांक के देखना होगा, क्योंकि जो कुछ हम कर रहे हैं, it is all to do with Papu Rere, PPRR. देखिए, जब हम छोटे होते हैं, what is possible, what is practical, what is relevant, what is realistic is a very narrow spectrum. As we educate ourselves, as we learn and grow, the diameter of what is Papu Rere, possible, practical, relevant and realistic, becomes bigger and larger, so much so that this stage becomes small and your mental capacity goes beyond the norms of mediocrity. तो ये हमारी एजुकेशन का फल होता है. लेकिन खुदा ना खास्ता अगर कोई सिस्टम आए, उसका पप्पू रेरे छोटा हो और वो 10 साल के बाद निकले, उसका पप्पू रेरे वही हो, तो फिर आपको ठिठरे हुए इदारे मिलेंगे, ठिठरे हुए इंस्टीट्यूशंस और एक ठिठरी हुई शख्सियत होगी, contained. So I want our education system, which I'm very happy to hear, and फैसल ने जब टेक्नोलॉजी का जिक्र किया, जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जिक्र किया, ये देख के इतनी खुशी हुई कि वसाइल हैं और ह्यूमन एनर्जी है और स्पिरिट है, माशाल्लाह. A big hand to all of you for making such a beautiful difference. तो यहाँ पर इनको लाने का एक मकसद है कि ये भी टीचर हैं और इनके साथ मैं बहुत कुछ सीख भी रहा होता हूँ, सिखा भी रहा होता हूँ. तो इनके पास चंद ऐसे ख्याल हैं जो कि आज के मौजू के हिसाब से रेलेवेंट होंगे और मैं चाहूँगा कि वो बयान कर दें, वो शेर और वो नज़म, और फिर मुझे माइक वापस करेंगी.
बिल्कुल, क्यों नहीं. अस्सलाम वालेकुम. रिजवी साहब आप किधर आ रहे हैं? आए ना, 1 मिनट आए, 1 मिनट आए, इधर आए. बेगम हूँ, कुछ तो कर सकती हूँ, ठीक है. تو سب سے پہلے مسٹر فیصل مشتاق اس نظام کے لیے سب کے لیے میں تالیاں بجانا چاہوں گی، لیکن مائک میرے میاں پکڑیں گے میرے لیے. تھینک یو رضوی صاحب، آپ جا سکتے ہیں. جی. اوہ، میرا نام مصباح النساء ہے، چکوال سے میرا تعلق ہے. پنجابی کڑی ہوں. کتنی پنجابی کڑیاں ہیں یہاں پہ؟ ارے کیا بات ہے، مزہ آئے گا، مزہ آئے گا. اور اس سیکھنے اور سکھانے کے شعبے سے میرا تعلق پیچھے 4 سال سے ہے. تو یہاں پر ڈیولپمنٹ کی بات ہو رہی ہے، خودآگاہی کی بات ہو رہی ہے. تو ایک پنجابی کا شعر ہے، اللہ تعالیٰ نے مجھے اپنے گھر کی زیارت کرائی جب میں نے خود آگاہی کا سفر شروع کیا. جب وہاں سے واپس آئی عمرہ کر کے، تو اندر سے تھا کہ مصباح ہو تو گیا، لیکن کیا، کہاں کی آگاہی، کیا ہوا ہے، تبدیلی کیا آئی ہے. تو ایک خیال نے نا میرے رونگٹے کھڑے کر دیے. ایک پنجابی میں شعر ہے، میں جو بتاؤں گی، سناؤں گی آپ کو. اگر کسی کو سمجھ نہ آئے تو وہ پوچھ سکتے ہیں جن کو پنجابی آتی ہے. جب میں عمرہ کر کے واپس آئی تو یہ اس خیال نے میرے رونگٹے کھڑے کیے تھے کہ سمندروں پار خانہ کعبہ اوتھے جانا سوکھا. سمندروں پار خانہ کعبہ اوتھے جانا سوکھا، پر نفس دا نالا ٹپ کے بندیا دل تک جانا اوکھا. تھینک یو، تھینک یو. تو میرا خود آگاہی کا سفر جو ہے نا وہ وہاں سے شروع ہوا ہے. ایک یہ خیال تھا جو میں نے آپ کو آشنا کرانا تھا اس سے، اور ایک اور خیال ہے کہ یہ کتنے خوبصورت لمحہ ہے نا. یہ پہلی کانفرنس ہے جس میں مجھے اعزاز حاصل ہوا ہے بولنے کا اور اٹینڈ کرنے کا. تھینک یو، تھینک یو. اس لمحے کے بارے میں ایک نظم ہے جو میں آپ سب کو سنانا چاہوں گی. فہمیدہ ریاض کی ہے، شاید بہت سے نے سنی بھی ہوگی کہ کچھ لوگ تمہیں سمجھائیں گے وہ تم کو خوف دلائیں گے. کچھ لوگ تمہیں سمجھائیں گے وہ تم کو خوف دلائیں گے، جو ہے وہ بھی کھو سکتا ہے، اس راہ میں رہزن ہیں اتنے. رہزن کہتے ہیں چور ڈاکو چکے جو ہوتے ہیں. کچھ لوگ تمہیں سمجھائیں گے وہ تم کو خوف دلائیں گے، جو ہے وہ بھی کھو سکتا ہے، اس راہ میں رہزن ہیں اتنے. کچھ اور یہاں ہو سکتا ہے، ارے کچھ تو اکثر ہوتا ہے، پر تم جس لمحے میں زندہ ہو وہ لمحہ تم سے زندہ ہے. اور اس کانفرنس کے حوالے سے فیصل مشتاق صاحب کہ یہ وقت نہیں پھر آئے گا. ڈیولپمنٹ کی بات ہو رہی ہے، یہ وقت نہیں پھر آئے گا، تم اپنی کرنی کر گزرو، جو ہوگا دیکھا جائے گا. یہ تھا میری طرف سے کچھ خیالات. رضوی صاحب اب آپ آ سکتے ہیں. تھینک یو، تھینک یو.
Thank you, my dear. God bless. اس لمحے میں تم زندہ ہو، وہ لمحہ تم سے زندہ ہے. It's a very, very powerful idea. اور یہاں پر اکثر اوقات لوگ کہتے ہیں کہ بڑی چیزیں بڑے وقت سے ہوتی ہیں، چینج اچانک نہیں آتا. اس کانفرنس میں بیٹھی ہوں، شرکت کر رہی ہوں، کر رہا ہوں، چند باتیں سنوں گا، پتہ نہیں ہونا کیا ہے. یقین جانیے میں آپ کو یہ ضرور بتانا پسند کروں گا کہ جو سب سے بڑا چینج ہوتا ہے نا وہ آپ کا وجود اس کی دلیل ہے. میں اور آپ حیران ہوں گے آپ یہ جان کے. I know all of you. I know all of you and I'll tell you, I'll give you proof. آپ سب جو ہیں روتے ہوئے آئے تھے اس دنیا میں. کس طرح؟ یہ آپ کی حقیقت ہے، ٹھیک ہے. اور آپ کی ماں نے زندگی موت سے کھیلا تھا جب آپ اس دنیا میں روتے ہوئے آئے. اور یہ جو رونا تھا یہ آپ کی زندگی کا آغاز تھا. ہم پھر وقت گزر کے ساتھ تھوڑے سے ذہین ہو جاتے ہیں، تھوڑے سے عقل مند ہو جاتے ہیں، اور پھر اپنے آپ کو افلاطون سمجھنے لگتے ہیں اور دماغ خرابی کا شکار ہو جاتے ہیں، اور پھر بتانا شروع کر دیتے ہیں کہ میں تمہیں بتاؤں گا، तुमको क्या पता. और ये तकब्बुर जो है इसने तबाही मचाई हुई है. और ये तकब्बुर मैंने ना सिर्फ आम लोगों में देखा है लेकिन टीचर्स में भी देखा है कि आई नो एंड आई टेल यू. और ये जो क्लासरूम होती है, क्लासरूम के अंदर यू आर नॉट एन अथॉरिटी फिगर एनीमोर. ये दौर खत्म हो गया जो था ना कि चौधराहट का दौर जिसे हम कहते हैं. दैट्स ओवर. We are facilitators. We are there to learn from them and they learn from us. It's a co-learning process. यकीन जाने मेरा पोता मेरा मेंटोर है. मेरा एक पोता है जो अभी 7 साल का है, एक 15 साल का है, एक नवासी है जो यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रही है लंदन में. She is about 18. They are my mentors. अगर मैं उनसे नहीं सीखूंगा तो मैं इस दौर से बिल्कुल फारिग हूंगा. क्योंकि इस दौर के जो तकाजे हैं वो नौजवान जानते हैं, वो बच्चे जानते हैं. और बुजुर्गों से भी सीखता हूँ. बुजुर्गों से मैं ये सीख रहा होता हूँ कि भाई कौन से वो आला इक़दार हैं जिनको कायम रखना है, वो भी बड़ा ज़रूरी है. और यकीन जाने ये जो लफ्ज़ है ना एहतराम, वो हमें मिलाता है, रिस्पेक्ट हमें मिलाता है. और रिस्पेक्ट इज़ नॉट जस्ट बड़ों की इज्जत और छोटों से प्यार. ये आपने सुना होगा. I mean, respect is for all. It's not just for the badas. It's for everyone. बच्चे भी हमारे रिस्पेक्ट के मुंतज़िर रहते हैं. और जब हम उनके साथ एक एहतराम का रिश्ता बनाते हैं तो फिर वो भी हमारे साथ एहतराम का रिश्ता. मैंने ये ज़रूर देखा है कि एजुकेशन में जब मैं गया, जब मैं पाकिस्तान में 91 में आया था, 20 साल बरतानिया में गुजारे थे. उससे पहले मैंने मैट्रिक 1972 में किया था. मैट्रिक तक 11 स्कूल बदले थे और 5 शहर. सेकंड डिवीजन पास इसीलिए तो हुआ मैट्रिक में. हबीब पब्लिक स्कूल कराची से मैंने मैट्रिक किया था. और मैं कहना ये चाह रहा हूँ कि जब मैं पाकिस्तान आया तो मेरे अंदर एक तलब थी कि लर्निंग एंड डेवलपमेंट के शोबे में मैं बच्चों के साथ स्टार्ट करूँ. 10, 11, 12 साल के जो बच्चे हैं, उस वक्त मेरे बच्चे भी उसी एज ग्रुप में थे. और मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है. इमाद बेटा है, इंशा मेरी बेटी है. उन्होंने रूट्स सिस्टम से ही अपनी एजुकेशन का पाकिस्तान में बात किया था. और वो बता रहे थे मुझे कि प्लीज़ फैसल साहब को ज़रूर बताइएगा, हमारा सलाम पहुंचाइएगा. बिकॉज they carry some fond memories from here, even though their stint was very short, but it is a chap in their lives. तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी changes आती हैं जब हम conceive होते हैं. Remember when I started this कि हम सब के सब रोते हुए आए थे. अल्लाह करे कि जब हम जाएं इस दुनिया से तो आप हंसते हुए जाएं और जो आपके चाहने वाले हैं वो रो रहे हों. ऐसी जिंदगी गुजारनी है. ठीक है. तो अब सवाल ये पैदा होता है कि मैं कर क्या सकता हूं. अच्छा, मैं आप सबको जब देखता हूं तो आई सी यू एज लीडर्स. लीडरशिप मेरा मौजू है, माय फेवरेट टॉपिक. एंड लीडरशिप एज अ लाइफस्टाइल. यानी आपका जो नौजवान है ना क्लासरूम में, सॉरी लर्निंग रूम में, वो भी लीडर है और आप भी लीडर हैं और हम सब लीडर्स हैं. और लीडरशिप की डेफिनेशन बहुत सी हैं और बहुत बड़ा मौजू है. लाखों किताबें इस पे लिखी गई हैं, बहुत रिसर्च हुई हुई है. लेकिन भाई मैं भी उसमें एक अदना सा कंट्रीब्यूटर हूं. और मैं ये कहूंगा कि लीडरशिप इज अ सेट ऑफ बिहेवियर्स. हमारे जो रोजमर्रा के रवैये हैं वो क़यादत है, उसका ताल्लुक कुर्सी से नहीं है. लीडर्स डोंट नीड टाइटल्स and titles don't make leaders. या तो जोर से बजाओ या ना बजाओ. हाँ, यस. अच्छा, तो इस महफिल में मैंने इशारा तो दे दिया है. आप में से जो लीडर्स अपने आप को तस्वुर करते हैं खड़े हो जाएं. फैसल जरा पीछे मुड़ के देखें. ये हाल है, ये हाल है. खुदा की कसम शर्म से डूब मरो. I mean only 15%. Only 15%. सबको खड़ा होना होगा. We're all leaders. Come on. अभी तो देखते जाओ होता क्या है. खड़े हो जाएं, खड़े हो, जो थके हुए हैं वो बैठे रहें. तालियां हो जाए भाई लीडर्स की. फैसल, लुक एट द लीडर्स इन योर सिस्टम. वंडरफुल. अब आप तशरीफ रख सकते हैं. और जो नहीं उठे थे प्लीज उनको तंग ना कीजिएगा. थैंक यू. तो क़यादत, देखिए इंग्लिश में लीडरशिप है, उर्दू में बड़े अल्फाज हैं. उर्दू में कुछ कहते हैं क़यादत, कुछ कहते हैं रहनुमाई, कुछ कहते हैं इमामत. तो हम किस लीडरशिप की बात कर रहे हैं? इमामत की, क़यादत की या रहनुमाई की? रहनुमाई, एब्सोल्युटली. अच्छा लीडर कितने लोग हैं जो बनना चाहते हैं? हाथ उठाएं. एक्सीलेंट. आई लव यू ऑल. मैडम, आई एम सॉरी, मैंने सबको कहा है, मैंने किसी एक को नहीं कहा है. ठीक है. वो अब उनके चेहरे पे थोड़ा सुकून आ गया. मुझे है ना सबसे प्यार. अच्छा, अभी हाल में मेरा एनजीओ हुआ था और बेगम साहिबा जो थी वो व्यूइंग रूम में बैठी थी. और गौर करें कि जिसने वो प्रोसीजर किया हार्ट का जो होता है, उनका नाम था आशिक, और जो कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट थे वो थे महबूब, डॉक्टर महबूब. और लेटा हुआ कौन है? कामरान रिजवी. अच्छा, और वो डॉक्टर महबूब मेरी बेगम को बता रहे हैं, अल्लाह का करम है वैसे, कि देखें आपके शौहर का जो दिल है ना बड़ा साफ है, क्लियर. इसमें सिर्फ एक चीज नजर आ रही है, वो है आप. मैंने कहा बच गया, वरना पकड़ा गया होता तो फिर तो मेरी खैर नहीं थी. Oh my God. So anyway, coming back to the point I was making, great leaders are amazing followers. ये बताना जरूरी है, वरना दिमाग खराबी है. बहुत आला किस्म का लीडर वही होता है जो एक अमेजिंग आला किस्म का फॉलोअर होता है. और आपने कभी भी फॉलोअरशिप पे प्रोग्राम नहीं सुना होगा. अब सुना है कि फॉलोअरशिप कोई प्रोग्राम होता है? नो. एंड लेट मी अश्योर यू कि फॉलोअरशिप में सबसे अहम चीज क्या है कि हम या तो अपनी ईगो को फॉलो करें. जब मैंने आपसे कह दिया आप करते क्यों नहीं है? सवाल क्यों पूछते हो भाई? आई हैव टोल्ड यू, डू इट, खत्म. अब ये मैं किस चीज को फॉलो कर रहा हूं? अपनी ईगो. कुछ लोग फॉलो कर रहे हैं दूसरों को. ट्रेंड चल पड़ा, और आप जाते हैं ट्रेंडिंग आजकल सोशल मीडिया में, तो ये फॉलोअरशिप तो ना हुई, ये तो बहुत ही माठी फॉलोअरशिप है. ईगो को नहीं फॉलो करना. अच्छा, किसी बेटे से पूछा कि भाई तुम यहां क्यों पढ़ते हो? तो उसने कहा कि अब्बू ने कहा था. नहीं, तुम्हारी क्या सोच है? अच्छा, इससे क्यों शादी की? अम्मा ने कहा था. तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि दिस इज नॉट फॉलोअरशिप ऑल्सो, दिस इज टेरेबल. दूसरों की सुने जरूर, मशवरे करें, लेकिन फैसला आपका अपना होना है. तो फॉलो करें तो क्या करें? अब फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अ हेड ऑफ स्टेट, whether it's Donald Trump or whether it's Zoran Mamdani or anyone, जो आपका न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, उसको किसे फॉलो करना है? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, some principles, some values. तो जो शख्स अपनी वैल्यूज को फॉलो ना करे, अपने उसूलों को फॉलो ना करे, क्या उसे हक है कि वो किसी को लीड कर सके? So to be great leaders, we need to be great followers also. तो आप में से कितने ग्रेट फॉलोअर्स हैं? जरा हाथ उठाएं. Followers of principles, followers of values, followers of what people are saying, students are saying. Thank you. Very good. तो यहां पर leadership is a set of behavior. और हम बैक वक्त 24 घंटे को आप देखें, हम 24 घंटों को कहते हैं एक दिन, 24 घंटे एक दिन, उसमें रात भी है और उसमें दिन रोशनी भी है। इसी तरह लीडरशिप है, it has followership and leadership combined. So you want to keep that in the back of your mind. ये नहीं है कि मैं एक जमाने में फॉलोअर थी और था और अब मैं लीडर हो गया हूं। Your students are leaders as well and they are followers also. तो मेरी गुजारिश ये है कि it's a set of behaviors, how you come across. Thank you. I never knew कि time, इसको रोक नहीं सकते घड़ी को। So I would like to just give you some concluding remarks which would help you turn your classroom and transform your classroom into something great. सबसे पहले तो ये है कि आप अपने आप से कहें कि learning space है, learning room है, I am a facilitator and we are going to learn from each other. अब इस हॉल में मसलन तकरीबन 1000 के करीब जाविये बैठे हैं। अशफाक अहमद साहब का नाम आप सबने सुना हुआ है। जाविये, उनका प्रोग्राम कितना मशहूर था, कितना पॉपुलर था। जितने जाविये हैं उनसे मैं महरूम हूं। मैं यहां अपना जाविया पेश कर रहा हूं और आप सबके जाविये अपनी जगह बहुत अहम हैं। तो जब आप क्लासरूम में हो या सॉरी लर्निंग रूम में हो तो आप अपने आप से पूछें कि जो 20 या 25 नौजवान या स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हैं उनके जाविये क्या है। एंड I assure you, the day you discover their perspective on anything, whether it's physics, geography, history, or whatever you're teaching, their perspective on it, you'll be amazed how enriched you will become and how connected you will be to them. They will be inspired because you're not there to tell them what they don't know. You are simply there to gather their and build a collective collage of learning through a process of experience, reflection, respect, and encouraging them to think, because now the devices have all the solutions you want. मैं जब आ रहा था तो मैंने ये अपने आप से एक सवाल ये पूछा, chat GPT, simple question, classroom and learning room. Is there a significant difference? And I was so pleased to hear that it's not a matter of semantics, it's a mindset. तो mindset को shift करने के लिए हमें number one students के perspective से अपने आप को आशना करना है, जो कि मैं अगर वक्त होता तो मैं आप सारों को सुनना चाहता कि आपका क्या नजरिया है in terms of your experience in educating our young generation. What are your insights? What are your challenges? अब उसको जानने के लिए वक्त दरकार होता है। लेकिन I would like to thank each and every one of you for having paid so much attention and conclude with a note that you do make a big difference and big changes do happen in seconds, milliseconds, just as you came to this world with a whee. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamran Rizvi. Very, very inspiring. May I please request Dr. Faisal Mushtaq, Ma'am Iram, Mr. Abbas Hussain to give away a thank you memento to Mr. Kamran Rizvi, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a very, very interesting part of the program. We are now going to move on to our very exciting panel discussion. It's titled Science powers nations from sky to space because we all know sky is no longer the limit. Please join hands with me to welcome Ambassador Farooq Amil, Chairperson of the Intellectual Property Organization. He brings in a unique vantage point where education, innovation, diplomacy, and national competitiveness intersect. He has represented Pakistan on the world stage with distinction, advocating for intellectual capital, national identity, and the power of scientific progress. Who better can lead this panel for us? Thank you so much, Ambassador Farooq Amil Sahab, for joining us. Please give him a round of applause. Next, we have Dr. Samuel Rizk. He's a resident representative of the UNDP Pakistan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. A big round of applause for him. He's a resident representative of UNDP Pakistan, a global development expert whose leadership integrates science, innovation, governance, and sustainable development, linking national progress with global fixtures and futures. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Next up, we have Dr. Mehreen Mushtaba, a climate change and health specialist. Thank you so much, Dr. Saiba, for joining us. She's a scientist whose voice influences policy, humanitarian work, and environmental resilience at national and global levels. Are you all tired? Please clap. Please welcome our guests on the stage with rigor and enthusiasm. Last but not the least, please welcome Mr. Ahmed Kamal Janjua Sahab. He's the President and CEO of Cosmic Space Systems, a pioneer in satellite technology, aerospace innovation, and Pakistan's growing footprint in the global space economy. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I now pass on the reins to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. We would like to welcome Sayyid Zohair Islam, Habib Bank Metro, Habib Bank Metro on platinum sponsorship. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Before I invite you, Honorable Chairman, Ambassador Farooq Amil, I just wanted to thank you, all of you, because I know it's a Saturday. It's a Saturday for you, but it's a Saturday for all of you. So thank you so much for each one of you for taking out time. Thank you.
अच्छा जी बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अस्सलाम वालेकुम एंड गुड आफ्टरनून। उर्दू में मैं बोलने लगा था लेकिन हमारे साथ यूएन के जो चीफ बैठे हुए यूएनडीपी के सैमुअल रिस्क साहब, सो आई विल हैव टू कीप इट मोस्टली इन इंग्लिश। तो सबसे पहले तो आई एम रियली हैप्पीली सरप्राइज्ड टू सी द नंबर ऑफ यंग वुमेन हियर एंड आई थिंक दिस इज a testimony to where Pakistan is going and you are our future. And as my late mother always told me, वो बार बार ये कहती रहती थी, कोई कौम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकती जब तक हमारी लड़कियां नहीं पढ़ेंगी. So this is about education, and I salute each and every one of you who have spared their Saturday to come here and pursue education. So thank you very much. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the great educationist, entrepreneur, Mr. Faisal Mushtaq, for consistently pursuing these dreams of young people in Islamabad and in many other cities now. And I think his contribution to the world of education is phenomenal. So thank you, Faisal. Thank you very much. Acha, girls in science. I'd like to just say a few words about this. I was too stupid to learn chemistry and physics and biology. मुझे नहीं समझ आती थी. So I had a sister, I have a sister who was far more cleverer than me, and she managed to get a PhD in inorganic chemistry. मुझे कहती रहती थी, कहती देखा मुझे science पता है. I know science. what are you studying? And I said, you know, we're studying everything. But of course, if we don't have young women in science and technology, we will not move forward. So if you look at the dynamic societies of the world today, Germany, Japan, China, United States, Canada, all the European countries, all the girls are learning science. And if you look at CERN, that is the Humanity Space Station on Earth in Switzerland and runs under France with a Hadron Collider, you know, it is run by an Italian lady physicist, a woman physicist. And we have 90, 95 young people working there, and 20 of them are women who have done science. And I think we should recognize them and salute those young ladies who have got PhDs, who are researchers at CERN. I mean, if you don't know what CERN is, CERN, look it up after this session. So I'm very honored to meet a very eminent panel here. And the title is From Sky to Space. Now, it's our immediate environment, but it cannot be disconnected from the Earth. So the Earth is part of this continuum in which we inhabit. But if we're going to look at the sky and the space, as a species, we've been looking at the sky for millennia, and we've been wondering, udhar hai kya? And asman mein, what is in the sky? So this is very important for us as a species to be thinking about where our place is in the universe. Whilst the public sector is central to the development of any country in education and funding, sponsorship, strategic ownership, but the dynamic societies, you look at the dynamic societies, jo dunya mein hai, they're all have private sector researchers. The private sector universities and the research institutions in partnership with the businesses are moving forward, and they're all interested in science and technology. And remember that innovation, and I request all of you to focus on innovation. What is innovation, particularly in science and development, and science and technology? It's hardwired into the mindset of nations. So, and it doesn't happen by accident. And I always take the example of countries like Japan. They have literally nothing. But what they've done, they've focused on science and technology, they've focused on education, and they've taken their society so far forward. And they're now in the fourth industrial revolution. They're making technologies which seem like science fiction to us. So where are we in this? And I think it's very important to look at those countries and that experience, that are countries that are focused on science and technology, innovation, and that creates wealth. You know, it will make money for you. And your creations, your innovations must empower you. And there's nothing stopping young women, absolutely nothing stopping young women of moving forward with their ideas. But please, one thing I would remind you, जब आप कोई invention लेके आए, कोई आपका novel idea, please protect it with intellectual property rights. And I must say this because अक्सर what people do is they say, I've got a great idea, मैं university में पढ़ रहा हूँ. Somebody comes along and says, I'll give you $5,000 for that idea. $5,000 for a 21, 22-year-old is fantastic. But your idea has gone to somebody else. So please remember, whatever your science, whatever your technology, whatever your invention is, protect it with your name immediately through the intellectual property. The other thing I'd like to say is that we shouldn't just talk about research and development. You're going to look at PhDs and masters. So what is the point of elegant academic thesis that end up on the library shelves? Wo fayda kya hai uska? Pakistan has a lot of challenges, and when we're talking about from the sky to space, we're looking at the challenges we're facing from climate change and from overpopulation. So what we need to be looking at are research and product development. भी आपने products चीजें बनानी है, and you look at the needs base. So when you जो भी आप पढ़ रहे हैं ना, focus on a needs based solution. Because once you have that, that will empower you financially. You create employment and financial security for yourselves and others. So please do focus on this. Acha, so turn your science and technology into needs-based strategy. So हमें क्या चाहिए? What do we need as Pakistan? How can we tackle and implement the SDGs since we have the UNDP chief here? What can we sell to other societies? हम कब तक, do you want to be a creator or do you want to be a consumer? Why can't you, through science and technology, empower yourself with ideas, make things that other countries and other societies want to buy from you? So आपको ये सोचना चाहिए, consumer or creator nation. So think about this, and it has to be, it can't just be academia, brilliant professors, brilliant students. You have to bring in the private sector, industry. Industry must see your ideas in academia, in science and technology, and be able to sell it to our legislators who will enact the laws. It's a tall order, but there are many successful examples around the world. पूरी दुनिया में आप देखें ये कैसी चीज़ें बन रही है. आप चीज़ें जाके मार्केट से खरीदते हैं and you think, who made this? Who is making the money from this? Even if it's a simple beverage to a face cream or to a software. So just think about this. Very, very important. The other thing that Pakistan needs to be focusing on, and your science and technology, Pakistan, mashallah, Allah ke fazl se, we are an agrarian society. And our agrarian economy is very important, and we need to be focused on agri-tech. हमारी आबादी है, I challenge anybody here to tell me हम हैं कितने. We don't even know how many people we are. Somebody says 250, someone says 270. लोग कह रहे we're 300 million. We don't even know. So how are we going to feed everybody? So think about science and technological solutions in your education to help these challenges in addition to climate change. So we have very good things that have happened, you know, in science and technology. NDMA just around the corner. It's fantastic. It's doing really well. And अगर आप देखें ना May 25 में क्या हुआ था? If it wasn't for the science and technology of our defense industries, we would not have been able to have had the success or be able to defend this great land of ours if we didn't have science and technology. Please do not forget that. And please, I would request a round of applause for the technologists who developed those systems. So, बहुत सारी चीज़ें AI. I'm not going to talk about AI because I'm going to ask the eminent panelists. But it's not the only thing. I would like all of you to think about neurotech. Now, neurotech. What is neurotech? Can you imagine an implant in your brain that can be controlled by others? They can see your thoughts. This is happening in California, the University of California. So think about that. Machine, man, mind. Where are we going? Who will control us? Will robots control us? There are many, many other questions. So we are already having a problem with lethal autonomous weapon systems. That is technology. That is technology. Those are the drones. Those are the drones. So we must think about those particular technologies as well. So it's good to see a new awakening. Supaco had this wonderful conference, it's just finished yesterday, and many groups, many organizations were there. And Pakistan has to move forward. How? Through science and technology. We need that, and we need young girls and young women to have an equal partnership in that. Thank you very much. Hello. Ji. So the eminent panel has been introduced, and I'm going to start off the series of questions that I have, and I'm going to start with Ms. Anna Faisal, if I may. So the question that I have for you, Ms. Faisal, is focused on what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about science and its broader role and impact of teaching science in schools?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Farooq, and thank you to the esteemed panel for your presence today. Let me start by focusing on the word development, which lies between teacher and conference. We call it the Teacher Development Conference. And because teachers are the custodians of tomorrow's nation builders, so we can definitely call it Nation Development Conference, can't we? And to make it more localized, let's call it Pakistan Development Conference. You are the custodians of tomorrow's Pakistan, and hence I call it Pakistan's Development Conference. No nation can move forward until unless it focuses on science. Why science? Because that itself is a systematic study which constantly focuses on experimentation and constant observation, which then leads to a certain organized data set, which we call it as knowledge. And keeping science in mind, the initiative that Roots Millennium Schools, Future World Schools have taken are in the form of its focus on STEM education and robotics education. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Digging deep down into science and taking it to the very topic that's we need to go from sky to space. We speak about space science. And in space science, you're not only stuck to 3 dimensions, which is length, breadth, and height, but there's one more dimension to it, and we call it time, the theory of relativity. And time has no end to it, but it goes infinite and beyond. And that's where beyond comes in. The very thought that your own mentor, Sir Faisal, has put in to bring in this whole initiative of beyond to the classrooms, because he doesn't want to end education. His entire focus remains on science, because like I said, science is one subject which keeps itself into constant observation and experimentation. Now it is up to you whether you focus on a Montessori child and think that, well, how can I implement science into that? Yes, you can. The very moment a child holds on to a pencil and force is enforced when he or she wants to write that first stroke, that's where physics applies. Moving on, primary education, grade 1 to 5, there's a broad spectrum, great topics. And one of the topics that children want to indulge into is solar system. And that's when we speak about the gap between sky to space. Children take great interest in this particular topic when it's being taught in the classrooms, which is solar system. Now it is up to you how you use beyond to explain solar system to them. Incorporate the best prompts into beyond, into Google Classrooms, and bring in the best thoughts for a child into the classroom. It is up to you that you develop that sense of exploration over how that child keeps on developing. Take science as a strength, dear teachers, because through science, it is because of science that we have done this journey of coming down to today's age, which is AI. How do you come down to AI? You definitely had this come in as an invention. How did it become an invention? It became an invention because there was a set of data which was put together. And how was that set of data that was put together? It was through science, because there was constant exploration. So dear teachers, let's keep our focus on STEM and robotics, cross-sell it across all subjects, and be custodians of Pakistan's development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faisal, for that, and thank you for reiterating the importance of the scientific method. Thank you. Now, the next question I'll put to the UNDP Chief Representative, Mr. Samuel Risk. Of course, all of us have heard, and we've seen that there's been a huge downturn in donor support for the United Nations, and the United Nations has been critical in helping education and development activities around the world. And you continue to play an important role. Now, what are the challenges you're facing, and how are you going to mitigate those, particularly in the context of education and education for girls and education in science?
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I have to start with a confession. I never really liked school very much, but I spent a lot of time in school for sure. And I think the reason I kept going back to school is because of teachers that I liked, teachers that I really appreciated, and always thought that I would learn from them. You know, for the last 2.5 years that I've been here, I think I've seen what I've been calling recently a tale of two Pakistans. A Pakistan from 2022, 2023 that was on the brink of default with the International Monetary Fund, the security challenges, a change in government, and the impact of the flood still happening from 2022. And a Pakistan from 2025, in the summer, that is a very different Pakistan. Confident, vibrant, much better diplomatic relationships, macroeconomic indicators are up. But here's the other Pakistan, social indicators are down. And that, I think, is the challenge, how to reconcile two Pakistans, the one that is confident, vibrant, appealing to investors, and the one that has social indicators on education and health and human development that are going in the opposite direction. So I come back to your point, and this is the one thing that I asked Faisal when I first walked into the room. What is the gender balance among teachers in the Millennium schools? Because it certainly doesn't look like the other social indicators here. 75% is amazing. It's quite amazing, because on almost everything else, the numbers aren't great. You're asking about development indicators. So average literacy rate here, 62%, maybe in Pakistan. Among girls, 52%, not very good. Just a few weeks ago, when Professor Ahsan Iqbal, minister, was visiting through China, one of the things that is noticeable, was visiting to China and Vietnam, one of the things that is noticeable about Vietnam and their growth is how much education plays a role. 95%, 96% literacy rate in Vietnam, but among girls, 99%. And I think that's important to note. Where do we invest money now? I think the support of international organizations is additional support in addition to what the government and the private sector spends on education and other social indicators. That, I think, is important to note.
Thank you, Sam, for that. That's very important. I'll come back to a second question on that, but I'll just move to Dr. Marine Mujtaba, who is an expert on climate and health. And I would ask you, Dr. Marine, it's obvious that climate change deeply interacts with human health. From the microscopic level to literally food security. So what technologies do you think the young people, the young girls and boys that are here need to be preparing in education to deal with these tough challenges?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you and to the esteemed panel. Climate change is one of the major problems that the entire world is facing, but Pakistan is one of the 8th most impacted country in the world. Can all of you hear me? Right now, the climate change conference is happening where all the world leaders are gathered, trying to solve the issues that the world is facing. And a lot of youth activists, climate activists are present there demanding for a right for themselves also. Now, Pakistan is one of the countries that is most impacted by climate change, and health is the human face for these impacts. When I look at climate change, I look at all the starving children in this country. I look at 60% of the stunted children in this country who do not have access to food because of food insecurity caused by climate change. I look at areas in Sindh and Balochistan where there is massive water scarcity, and people have to travel, especially women have to travel for miles to get water. Apart from that, when we look at the floods which happened in 2022, the apocalyptic floods, but then also the ones which happened recently in 2025, we see the loss of infrastructure, which resulted in loss of roads, houses, but a lot of schools as well as hospitals. So people did not have access to go to the hospitals to get medical, to get any sort of medical treatment, but at the same time, so many children could not have access to go to schools. So if you look at climate change, and if you look at your own country, we see the human face of these impacts on every corner of our own country. So since this is a teacher development conference, what I would request our teachers to do is to identify these problems when they are sitting there in the classrooms, and from a lecture mode, move a bit more to the project-based learning mode, in which the teacher is a mentor and a coach, where we are highlighting the problems that our own country is facing. Yes, we need to highlight the problems which are global issues, but first of all, we need to highlight the local problems, the local issues, and we need to instill this curiosity, and through communication, we need to instill this inquisitiveness in our children, attending these classrooms, these spaces of learning, where they start challenging the problems that are which are happening in our own country, where they sit and they brainstorm regarding how they can solve these problems, whether that means employing AI, using digital technology to access the far-off communities in Sindh. It could be a very small hub created within a classroom using very cheap and accessible materials, where children can kind of see how they can solve a problem like impure water, which is available, which a lot of people in Sindh and Balochistan are drinking and ending up with diarrheal diseases. So what I would request our teachers to do is to kind of go from the lecture mode into the mentor and a coach mode, where you are instilling the whys and the hows into children and moving away from the whats. So like if you're talking about photosynthesis, you don't just ask the student, what is photosynthesis? You're asking the student, okay, let's see, if we take a plant to Mars, how is it going to do the photosynthesis in a different alien environment, and how and why would it adapt to the different environment? So this is kind of instilling an inquisitiveness and a curiosity in children. And apart from that, this is kind of making them look out into problems and trying to solve them at their own level. Another thing I would request the teachers to do is to get the children out of the habit of being scared of giving an answer, because we as a nation are always scared of giving the wrong answer. What we need to instill in our children is that when you are going into experimentation, into extrapolation, there's going to be a lot of wrong answers. A hypothesis is not always going to be correct. You have to go through a process to reach that particular inference. So what we need to instill in our children in classrooms is that there are going to be a lot of wrong answers before we reach the correct answer. And one little anecdote that I would like to share is, and I want to congratulate Faisal and Anna and the Roots Millennium system. One of the children in Mirpur, Azad Kashmir, I'm mentoring him. He's a high school child. And how I got to know about him was through World Meteorological Organization based in Geneva. Now, this young 16-year-old boy understood that heat is a big problem in the country. It's a global problem, but it's a big problem in this country as well. So I got to know about this child because he reached out to WMO. And it's congratulations to how you've made the children think and analyze. that this is a problem and how can we sort that out. And for the past 4 or 5 months, I've been mentoring this child in how he can go about collecting the data sets, how he can do his research to come up with conclusive ideas. So this is the mindset that teachers need to develop in the children. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that very detailed reply. I think it's a clear elaboration. Now, last but not least in the first round of questions is Mr. Ahmed Kamal Janjua, who is the CEO of Cosmic Space System. And when I read his CV, I was so excited because every little boy and girl is always wondering about the sky, and I think he's actually followed his dreams. Now, space, as you know from Star Trek, is the final frontier. That's the thing. The richest people in the world are now expending their money and their imaginations on how to stake humanity's presence in the solar system and beyond. Do you think we will ever become a spacefaring species? First part of the question. And what can be Pakistan's contribution? All these young boys and girls who are here, who will be hopefully following science, what can be our contribution? And linked to that is the science and technology education of Pakistan. There are pockets of brilliance, gearing our current and the next generation for this challenge.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is Ahmed Kamal from Cosmic Space Systems. It's a pretty small space company since we are in Pakistan, but we're trying to do really big things. We're actually working with Sparko. We also do Earth observation, where we try to sell their imagery all over the world. We do space consulting. We are into space education and outreach. We've been working with Roots since my hair was black. Now they're white. So maybe like more than 10 years now. We also build purposeful built space discovery labs. These are more than STEM labs. STEM labs are just like STEM and robotics. This is like aerospace, AI, astronomy. Because I love space, I love the universe. I want the children to learn about the universe. Because planet Earth is like really small. If you look at our solar system, Milky Way is just like one small galaxy out there, and there are 100 billion galaxies like Milky Way, and and this universe is like so big that you can't even imagine. As far as your question number one, spacefaring species. So spacefaring species is definitely we will become a spacefaring species. You know why? Because we are not from here. Human beings, we came from another star system. Allah Ta'ala sent us here. Hazrat Adam was sent here. And that's what we believe. And we are not from this planet. We are not built for this planet. Our physical composition is not for this planet. It's like so hot here. It's like so cold. We cannot be outside. And there are big nations working on this, including Pakistan, the US, Japan, Canada, China. Everybody is struggling. Their number one stop is the moon. And moon, they have like several programs. Then their second stop is Mars. Moon is like a refueling station where they can refuel and they can go to Mars. But this is not it. The Russians have sent Venera back in 20 years ago to Saturn, and French, Italians, so many have sent things to Jupiter, the Juno of Jupiter, and we are trying to cross the boundaries of the solar system. Two aircraft, like spacecraft, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, are already in interspace. So we are already working on that, and in the long term, it will happen.
Right, but just a follow-up question. What should these young people be thinking about in education? Where do you think Pakistan's going with this? Are we on the bus, or are we just watching it go by?
See, right now we are at the basics of this. Sparko has a space education and outreach program. Small companies like us, we also do space education and outreach programs. We work with schools. We teach children and the teachers. Actually, the teachers are the most responsible persons, and more honorable person in the society, because they teach our children. Whatever they teach, that's how the nation becomes. So for the teachers, the most important thing about science and technology and space education is Number one, first of all, learn yourself. You should learn about all this. You should be willing to learn about science and space and what is beyond in space. Because if you do not learn, if you're not willing to learn, nothing will happen. See, I'm like 55 years old. I feel like I'm a child. I don't know anything about the universe. So you have to learn. Unless you learn, you cannot teach your children. And number two, the internet is here, and you know you have information flooded all from the internet. You can get any kind of information about the universe. Go beyond the solar system. What I have seen in 20 years, everybody is within the solar system. Nobody knows about beyond Pluto what is happening. It's the Lord has made the universe is like a really big place.
Right. So thank you very much for that. I think it's. I think the biggest challenge here, it seems to be that there's almost a lack of interest. But two things that Miss Anna and Miss Marine have just said, which I think should resonate with the audience here, and that is that the issue of science that is constantly evolving, the role of the mentor, the teacher as the mentor, is critically important. And of course, technologies evolve overnight. So I'll put this question to both our lady panelists, what would be your key message to the young girls and boys in terms of science and technology at school? You've said it already, but what would be the focused, how would you look at spurring the interest of children? Because sometimes children are not interested. So how would you make them interested?
For that question, may I go ahead or do you wish to? The answer to your question was already answered in some of the narrative by our esteemed panelist. It is up to the classroom practitioner, it is up to the teacher to build the interest of a very learner or a child in the classroom to take space science or science in particular as a subject of their interest. Every intervention matters, dear teachers. Whether we speak about the James Webb telescope through which you look into space and build that broader imagination, or if it were a hovering rocket, or as a matter of fact, just building their imagination into space. I think it is up to the teachers, and it is through project-based learning, promoting critical thinking, hands-on experiences that children develop into the classrooms. It is through allowing them to build their imagination and then let them take space science or as a profession or as the subject of interest and be those space physicists or the scientists that the nation requires. So it definitely starts through the classroom and it starts through the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So when we look at the 5 C's of pedagogy, which is critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, and character. Now, these are the skills that are the demand of this century, but these are also the skills which are going to be rewarded the most in this century. And this is where the teachers come in. Science is scary. Studying science is scary for children. It's because it's all theoretical. Understanding something theoretical means memorizing it more than learning it, thinking about it. So this is where the teachers come in. Take science out of the classroom into the field. So if you're teaching botany, it should be outside in the garden or in the parks. If you're teaching zoology, it should be outside. If you're teaching space, it should be looking out through a telescope. That is when you're going to build more interest in children by making them do science in a more practical way, and that's how they will get more interested. So now we are moving away from the what's in education to how and why, which is more student centric, than the lecturer centric, which is more about memorizing the concepts of science. So let's make science less scary as a concept Let's make mathematics less scary as a concept. And let's make it more practical. That's when it becomes more interesting. As a child, I still remember when you're sitting in your classroom and you're reading about pollination and you're looking at the diagram of the stamen and how it happens. It's way different than going out, picking a flower and just, removing the petal and the stalk and looking at the whole thing bit by bit. That's what stays with you forever. So I think what we need to do is make it more creative, and then let's open the door of communication between the mentor, the coach, and the student, and make it more interactive. Thank you.
So we've just got about 8 minutes left, and I'll now move to another question to Samuel Risk. And this is, you should listen, think about this, all of you, and you get an expert view. Many countries clamor for aid. We're always looking for money, fund this, fund that. And yet, they're, like Pakistan, incredibly resource rich. We have everything. Allah Ta'ala ne sab kuch hame diya hua hai. So, what is the problem? The biggest resources, education, are the human resources. So, is there anything wrong with the education system? How should we improve it? What does the UN say?
Thanks very much, Ambassador. So I would say the issue related to education now is probably more about the future of work. And I think this probably relates to the previous question. If all of you in your classrooms are asking your students, what do you want to be and where do you want to be in 30 years? And what is the towards that? If somebody says scientist, you think about it. Do they have the right pathway, especially as a woman? Are they going through STEM? And I'll tell you two examples just from the last 1 month. Last week, I was on a long road trip to rehabilitate, among the many projects that we have, the start of 40 school rehabilitation in Larkana, mostly for girls. We talked to young women who were there, mostly about 14, 15 years old. Asked 10 of them, what do you want to be when you grow up? One person said policewoman, 9 said teachers. I think that's great for teachers and the future of teaching. However, I wonder if because of the subject that we have in this panel, there is a fear of talking about STEM. 4 weeks ago, there were 4 young girls who were quote unquote ambassadors because we have the gender-based support, etc. 4 young women, 13, 14, 15, also came to our office. And of the 4, when we asked them, what do you actually want to do? One of them said, I want to be an astronaut. And she is homeschooled. So there is something, I think, about the level of energy and enthusiasm and creativity that exists in this country that often doesn't show up in a traditional school structure. And I think this is really one of the great things that Faisal and Anna and the Millennium school system has actually done, which is actually to be able to show a Pakistan that has a school system with nearly 40,000 kids, 2,800 teachers, 65 campuses, and what the future of Pakistan's not only education but work and creativity and ingenuity actually looks like. And I think that's great. I think Anna earlier on mentioned AI, and this is probably one of the biggest challenges, which is the sense that technology will replace people or human resources. I think the one thing to deal with, the one way to deal with technology, especially in the classroom, and I think that encourages a lot of young people for the future, is to think about AI encouraging curiosity, not replacing curiosity. I think that is the biggest challenge now, and I think that's probably the biggest hope for the future as we move ahead.
Very much for that. We've just got just over 4 minutes left. I'm going to put a question to all the eminent 4 panelists. Sky to space. What is the biggest thing that is affecting us when we go outside? It's the pollution. So we are part of this environment. We need scientists for the scientific solutions. So what should we be doing? Should we be all of them planting a tree, seeing the ecosystem? The question is to all four of you, what should we do about the pollution in the sky? How do we deal with this? Because it impacts health, it impacts education, impacts everything.
See, regarding pollution, it's like one of the main factors. Like, so many things are going bad around. People cannot breathe. I mean, so many diseases small children are having and everything. There are, number one, we need a national policy. Everything starts with a policy, and then they need vendors below. And I know a few companies who are working on a very small level in Lahore, and they have created IoT-based systems. The students, like in startups, which they give you the systems and you put it in your house, and within a certain area, there is less smog, there is less pollution. The government can do bigger things. We don't have to build roads all the time or big buildings or something. We need things which can make things easier for the citizens. We need solutions which can, help, these things like pollution and, floods and all that kind of a thing. Just one small thing for the UNDP, sir. Two things for you, just a little bit. Uh, Number one, two main focus things which you guys can. It's just a recommendation as a consultant, as a citizen of Pakistan. Two things maybe you guys can focus on. Number one, in the education sector, the STEM sector, the schools need to build or rebuild, better build the labs and stuff. You guys can, invest into that. And number two, uh, like in the climate change, we have floods coming down from, Gilgit and, all the lakes bursting and cloud burst and all that. We need monitoring infrastructure, which the government cannot afford. Like, if you guys can, fund that, that will be helpful for Pakistan.
Pollution aspect, or how do we deal with this? And should we just be looking for handouts? My question was, you said it, and Ms. Anna said it as well. Do science. Why wait for somebody else to do it for you? Why can't we do it ourselves?
Okay, sir, as far as national policies are concerned, there is a Pakistan National Clean Air Policy. There are a lot of beautiful policies existing in the country, a lot of wonderful documents gathering dust in office spaces. What we need to teach our children in schools, that's going out to all the teachers sitting out there, and I'm so fortunate that I get this opportunity to speak to you, is build this inquisitiveness in children to first of all identify their own local problems, as I said before, and try to come up using AI technologies on how to solve those issues. So for air pollution, when we look at Lahore and we see that so many schools are closed down when the AQI levels are high, how do we solve it? And another thing we need to teach our children is for them to speak out for their rights. To breathe clean air is the basic human right. So our children need to speak up and ask and demand for their rights. That's the best thing they can do.
Thank you very much, and I think we're nearly out of time. I would like to thank our four eminent panelists on this, and certainly I would like to thank Anna and Faisal Mushtaq, who have given this platform, and they are doing everything which is counter to the negative narrative that you get from organizations like the World Economic Forum. So please don't believe them. Look at the success story of yourselves, of Anna and Faisal Mushtaq, what they're doing, and do science. They've all told you to do science. Plant a tree. Look at the ecosystem. Make it clean air. It's from the sky to space. Think about science. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel 5, many congratulations for a successful discussion. I'm sure many of us have picked up key takeaways with us, things to help us reflect on. Thank you so much, honorable panel. May I please request Dr. Faisal Mushtaq and Ms. Iram Atif to give away mementos to our esteemed panel. Thank you so much, Ambassador Farooq Amil Sahab. Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel Risk. Thank you so much, Engineer Anna Faisal. Thank you so much, Dr. Mehreen Mushtaba. And thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed Kamal Janjua. A round of applause. Mr. Farooq Amil, Chairperson, Intellectual Property Organization, please. Dr. Samuel Risk, Resident Representative of UNDP Pakistan. A big round of applause, everybody. Dr. Mehreen Mushtaba, Climate Change and Health Specialist. Thank you so much, Dr. Mehreen. Our very own engineer, Ma'am Anna Faisal, Chief Development Officer, the Millennium Education Group. Ma'am, thank you so much for your pearls of wisdom today. And Mr. Ahmed Kamal Janjua, President and CEO, Cosmic Space Systems. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much, esteemed panel.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Farooq Amil. Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel Risk. And thank you, Mehreen. And thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate, sir, your time in support of education, SDGs, and social and human development. And Dr. Samuel, he has given his SDG pin to Anna Faisal, so that she carries on the SDGs legacy and commitment. Those two girls, those who had birthday, please come here. Let's see if they want. And the other one, is she on a bunk? देखा पकड़ी गई फिर कहते हो कि बच्चे जो हैं वो आ जाओ जल्दी आओ. So we were recycling the floral bouquet, and people were laughing on us, on me. Look how judicious he is with flowers. Or jaldi aina ji, time ek minute important hai. So panel, these two teachers, they have birthdays today, and we have checked it's true. And Amjad, where is the gift? So I've actually brought you a birthday gift. So we have a birthday gift for you. Okay. Amjad, please be quick. And do we have something on the Miss Cam, Jumna? Do we have anything new? Amjad? Time. And today, you know, my family has gone through a tragedy. All of you, you know that. And my eldest sister, Dr. Khadija Mushtaq, she passed away, a great educationist. And it's not an ordinary tragedy. It's a huge national loss. And she has done extremely well for the country, for education, Dr. Khadija Mushtaq. So my mother has been going through a lot of shock and pain. But I've invited her today, Mrs. Mushtaq, the founder of Root Schools, to talk to you. So she has not been out because Khadija has been struggling with cancer for the last 7 years. But I've invited her, especially for all of you. You have to bear with us to listen from the legacy, the legend, the founder herself, the great Mrs. Rifat Mushtaq. Where's Amjad? So for the teachers, and I know my wife will be a little jealous. So, and this is a D&G gold perfume. And, and this is for one. And Dr. Samul, you can give one to one teacher, and Ambassador Farooq, you can give it to the other one. Let the men give it to the girls. Or ye de inko back. चलो जी, अब बाकी सोच रहे होंगे हम भी अपनी बर्थडे अनाउंस कर देते. So I'm just, you have like you and one birthday I must celebrate of a girl who works hard and she's always been on the road. Trust me, I've never seen such a hard-working and a committed young woman, professional. Your head of Marcoms, Marketing and Communication, Uzma Hayat. उस्मा को भी दें मैडम, ये निकाल के दें बर्थडे. अना आप दें उस्मा को. उस्मा के लिए तालियां बजाएं. इसको 15 साल हो गए. And the fourth one, I would like to give it to someone who never sleeps. She is like the North Korean leader who never sleeps. Her name is Sebi. Sebi, the sleepless director of the company. Come quickly, ma'am. Time is important. Amjad, this is for the Sebi to be presented. Mary, why don't you present to our sleepless director? She has been in the company for 38 years. 38. 38. I would like to recognize 5 people for their extraordinary contribution. They are called the Leadership Service Awards. Matlab, you cannot quantify their contribution to the company. There are no words to describe what they have done for the company. वो slides लगाएं जी उन 6 लोगों की. First, I would like to recognize a man who has been in the company for 28 years, the Chief Operating Officer, Abid Hussain. Secondly, I would like to recognize Sabina Zakir, who has been in the company for 38 years. Thirdly, I would like to recognize Ms. Iram Atif, who has been in the company for 18 years. Fourthly, I would like to recognize Mr. Khwaja Mushtaq Ahmed, the Manager Projects, who has been in the company for 25 years. And I would like to recognize 2 more people, those who have been in the company for almost 18 years, Mr. Rizwan Aksar and Mr. Abdul Majid. I would like to recognize another woman, Tayyiba Noreen, who has been in the company for almost 22 years. So, boys and girls, these people have been serving this company almost the age of democracy. Dr. Samuel, democracy has not lasted that long. People in our company have lasted that long. So, in sab logo ke liye taaliya. Sorry, my. And are these people here? I've taken the names and I think that should be enough. Thank you so much. Now we head off for lunch. Yesterday was Juma and lunch, and there were some challenges with logistics. Today you'll find it nice and easy, and you have less than 40 minutes. We come back at 10 past 2. 10 past 2. Thank you very much. 10 past 2. 2:10. 10 past 2 matlab ulta na samajhna. 2:10. So please go and feed yourself. Thank you so much. And don't leave. We have long service awards, we have impact awards, and we have lots of surprises. Thank you. And Umrah tickets as well. And you never know, some scooties.
शुद्ध मन विच लाई फेस पानी देके हर रगे हर जाई हूँ